C'est bon? Okay, bonjour à tous. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to this Climate Finance Conference. My name is Mohamed Amrani. I currently serve as affiliate professor and co-director of UM6P, Center of Financial Excellence at Africa Business School. Today, I have the privilege of introducing this conference under the theme Leveraging Private Sector and Institutional Investors for Climate Finance, a holistic strategy for transformation and risk management in Africa. This conference is structured into two panel discussions, each focusing on private sector's role in climate action on one hand, and institutional investors as a dominant force in climate financing on the other hand. During the two panels, we will explore the various aspects of climate finance in the company of passionate experts to whom we extend our thanks for agreeing to be speaker at this important event for us. Before we dive into the heart of the matter, allow me to provide you briefly with an overview of what to expect. Climate finance sits at the intersections of our planet's future and the world of finance. It plays an essential role in mobilizing the financial resources needed to combat climate change and promote a sustainable future. In this regard, the Kingdom of Morocco has voluntarily embarked on a development path that promotes a balance between environmental, economic, and social dimension for over 2 decades. Committed to climate action, Morocco has undertaken numerous initiatives, including the National Environmental Charter, the National Sustainable Development Strategy, and so on, and more recently, the adoption of national strategy for green hydrogen with the ambition of becoming a major player in Africa and even at the international level. Related to that, I would like to point out the significant contribution of our university, UM6P, in applied research and innovation in green hydrogen in partnership with the OCP Group. Now, the implementation of climate finance commitments requires strong mobilization from all the stakeholders, particularly the private sector and institutional investors. They are called upon to invest in and finance the transition towards a more sustainable economy, especially projected related to climate adaptation. The initial panel, centering on institutional investors, will be overseen by Professor Saïd Henshan. This panel will be conducted in French and is scheduled for a duration of 1 hour. The second panel, concentrating on the private sector role, will be moderated by Ms. Maryama Mujahid. This panel will be conducted in English and is also allocated a 1 hour time slot. Last but not least, we would like to extend our sincere thanks to all the organizers, the Voice of Africa team, EBS Advisory, and the Center of Financial Excellence, whose efforts have made this conference possible. Thank you all for joining us for these two vital roundtables on climate finance. Professor Saïd Henshan, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Bien, bonjour tout le monde. Mes chers collègues, chères assistantes, je suis tout naturellement honoré d'avoir l'opportunité d'animer cette table ronde autour du développement soutenable et de la finance climatique. Bon, j'ai préparé un long papier. On m'a demandé de préparer un papier de cadrage à la fois conceptuel et méthodologique autour de notre problématique, chose que j'ai fait de façon studieuse, mais je n'aurai pas le temps de vous exposer tout cela en détail. Mais bon, il y aura un papier suite à cette table ronde, un papier très détaillé qui sera diffusé à tous les participants à notre rencontre. Donc, pour commencer, on dira que le développement soutenable est aujourd'hui un mot d'ordre unanimement accepté. C'est un concept qui s'est substitué au concept d'éco-développement qui a été jugé trop radical par les spécialistes. Donc, le développement soutenable est aujourd'hui un mot d'ordre unanimement accepté et s'il a été popularisé dans les années 80, exactement en 1988, par le biais du rapport de la Commission mondiale pour l'environnement et le développement, force est de constater que l'on assiste de plus en plus à un intérêt croissant vers les questions environnementales dès la fin des années 60. Cela étant, deux visions sous-jacentes à cette notion de développement s'opposent et sont, qu'on le veuille ou non, au centre des débats qui seront impulsés par cette table ronde. La première entend la soutenabilité au sens faible, avec comme principe une valorisation monétaire des éléments naturels ou environnementaux afin de les intégrer dans un calcul économique de type coût-bénéfice, une relation vertueuse entre croissance économique et qualité environnementale qui est à la base de la fameuse courbe de Kuznets de l'environnement, et une formulation d'une règle de soutenabilité assurant le maintien de la valeur par tête du stock total de capital de la société, tout en postulant, à travers une forte hypothèse, une parfaite substituabilité entre les différentes formes de capital physique, humain et naturel. La seconde approche développe l'idée d'une soutenabilité forte, reposant sur le maintien d'un stock de capital naturel dit critique, le rejet du principe de substituabilité des facteurs de production au profit de leur complémentarité, une opposition à la valorisation monétaire des éléments naturels tout en œuvrant à la construction d'une nouvelle économie du bien-être fondée sur ces principes classiques des valeurs éthiques, ainsi que sur une nouvelle mesure de la richesse, dans laquelle d'ailleurs le Maroc s'est engagé il y a de cela quelques années. La promotion d'un processus de développement combinant un niveau acceptable d'homogénéité sociale, une répartition équitable des revenus, le plein emploi et un accès équitable aux services sociaux. Une répartition, une gestion des ressources plus efficace avec un flux constant d'investissements aussi bien privés que publics destinés à moderniser l'appareil de production afin d'économiser les ressources naturelles. Et bien évidemment, en dernier lieu, une intégration des marchés internationaux en lien ou en accord avec le respect des souverainetés nationales. Là, je vais essayer d'aller vite. Deuxième aspect que j'ai essayé de développer dans cette note conceptuelle est le suivant. En effet, si nous considérons que nous vivons dans un monde d'incertitude radicale, comme le postule Keynes, nous devons promouvoir un nécessaire principe de précaution. Ce principe est au centre de nombreux textes internationaux suite à son apparition pour la première fois en Allemagne dès la fin des années 60, comme le suggère d'ailleurs le principe 15 de la déclaration de Rio en 1992, qui dit la chose suivante. Pour protéger, donc j'ouvre les guillemets, pour protéger l'environnement, des mesures de précaution doivent être largement appliquées par les États selon leurs capacités. En cas de risque de dommages graves ou irréversibles, l'absence de certitude scientifique absolue ne doit pas servir de prétexte pour remettre à plus tard l'adoption de mesures efficaces visant à prévenir la dégradation de l'environnement, et je ferme les guillemets. Là aussi, ce principe de précaution a donné lieu à deux conceptions antagonistes. La première est un principe de précaution faible, suggérant que la preuve du danger incombe aux opposants à telle ou à telle mesure et se traduit par la gestion d'un risque au travers d'une analyse en termes avantage-coût qui consacre la primauté de l'économique, car les gains économiques sont bien évidemment plus simples à mettre en évidence que le coût humain ou écologique. La seconde, qui renvoie au principe de précaution fort, estime que c'est au promoteur d'une activité à risque de démontrer l'absence de risque grave. C'est bien évidemment une conception qui rejoint le fameux principe en économie publique appliqué à l'environnement, qui est le principe de responsabilité dû à Hans Jonas en 1979. Cette conception donne la primauté aux aspects environnementaux par rapport aux dimensions économiques. Il ne remet pas en cause le principe de l'investissement, mais interroge son contenu, comme on le verra à travers les débats qu'on aura avec intervenants. D'où l'importance du rôle de l'État par le biais de la loi ou de mécanismes incitatifs pour amener les entreprises à s'engager dans des investissements propres. Là aussi, ce sont des questions qui vont être au centre de cette table ronde. Quel mécanisme de précaution doit-on privilégier pour une économie en développement comme la nôtre? Revenons maintenant plus directement à une question d'actualité relative au lien entre la crise environnementale, la croissance et le développement et le rôle des institutions étatiques et privées. L'une des formulations les plus célèbres à ce sujet est issue du modèle World 3 qui accompagne le rapport Meadows. Ce modèle, développé en 1972, prévoit un choc mondial et durable de la croissance pour le restant du siècle et probablement même pour les 30 prochaines années. Ce modèle a été audité en 2020 par Gaia Erickton, une experte de KPMG en économétrie et développement durable. Et l'audit a conclu que le modèle était encore en ligne avec les observations en 2020. Il est donc naturel, selon le principe de refutabilité de Karl Popper, d'estimer qu'un modèle qui est resté viable durant 50 ans doit être considéré pour les 30 années suivantes, au moins comme un scénario probable. Le choc de croissance qui découle de ce scénario risque d'être d'une violence plus grande que le choc récent que nous avons vécu, comme le Covid et la guerre en Ukraine, tant par sa durabilité que son impact sur l'activité économique. Sur le plan économique, il peut même être considéré plus challengeant que les deux guerres mondiales, puisque celles-ci étaient intervenues dans une période de croissance sur tous les plans. Par conséquent, l'impact de ces guerres, en dehors bien évidemment de la détresse humaine qu'ils ont occasionnée, fut vite rattrapé par la croissance. Ceci n'est pas le cas aujourd'hui pour l'Europe par rapport à la crise ukrainienne. Ceci pourrait ne pas être le cas bientôt à l'échelle mondiale pour le choc de croissance. Comme nous venons de le souligner tantôt, par rapport à ce risque de choc de croissance, les pouvoirs publics peuvent adopter plusieurs postures. Ils peuvent ignorer l'alerte, et s'il devait un jour arriver, la considérer comme un choc exogène. À l'opposé, ils peuvent endogéniser cette alerte et l'intégrer à sa juste valeur en termes d'impact et de probabilité d'occurrence. C'est dans la perspective de cette dernière posture d'acteurs responsables que nous inscrivons aussi notre table ronde. Les pouvoirs publics doivent maintenant tenir compte de ce choc de croissance et intégrer de manière structurelle la transition environnementale dans leur politique. Et cette intégration doit prendre en compte tous les volets de la politique économique, dont notamment la politique monétaire, fiscale, budgétaire, la politique commerciale au sens large, la politique industrielle et les modes de consommation. Donc, l'objet de la présente table ronde est d'explorer avec nos invités, nos intervenants, l'ensemble de ces dimensions et des mécanismes en phase avec les capacités et les spécificités de notre pays et de l'Afrique, comme le suggère le principe 15 de la déclaration de Rio que je viens de vous lire tout à l'heure. Mais plus précisément, et en accord avec nos trois intervenants, on vous suggère d'animer cette table ronde autour des questions suivantes, sachant que d'autres peuvent bien évidemment émerger lors de la discussion. Premièrement, comment situer la transition environnementale actuelle dans les changements de plus long terme qu'a connu le monde, l'Afrique et notre pays? Deuxièmement, que peuvent faire les États et leurs institutions, aussi bien privées que publiques, particulièrement au Maroc et en Afrique, et pour repenser leur stratégie d'investissement et leurs modalités de financement en lien avec la nouvelle donne climatique et environnementale? Comment repenser la soutenabilité de l'agriculture, plus particulièrement avec la nouvelle problématique de l'eau, dans la perspective d'un développement soutenable? Quatrièmement, quelles attitudes les institutionnels doivent-ils adopter pour accompagner les changements climatiques? Doivent-ils favoriser des mécanismes d'incitation ou des contraintes réglementaires ou une combinaison pertinente entre les deux pour espérer sortir des comportements quasi irréversibles à la fois des citoyens et des entreprises en matière de respect de l'environnement? Cinquièmement, quel est le rôle de la technologie et de la R&D? Nous sommes au sein d'une grande université. Donc la question se pose avec beaucoup d'acuité. Quel est le rôle de la technologie et de la R&D, la recherche et développement, pour accompagner la transformation de systèmes productifs en faveur d'industries vertes? Sixièmement, l'environnement est un bien commun, beaucoup plus exigeant qu'un bien public. Comment, donc, qui donne lieu forcément à des externalités, aussi bien négatives que positives, qui doit s'en charger pour les évaluer et les intégrer dans nos systèmes de décision stratégique en matière de politique économique et publique? Septièmement, comment l'investissement socialement responsable puisse-t-il être perçu comme un outil puissant de la finance climatique dans notre pays et en Afrique de façon générale? Quels sont les modes d'action possibles et plausibles des investisseurs socialement responsables et respectueux de l'environnement? Enfin, sachant qu'il y a bien d'autres questions, comment résoudre la compétition entre les produits financiers et réguler les arbitrages entre le court et le long terme en matière de finances climatiques? Voilà un petit peu quelques questions qui concernent non seulement notre pays, mais également l'Afrique de façon générale, et auxquelles nos collègues vont essayer de répondre et de débattre avec vous là-dessus. Donc, je vais passer la parole au professeur Mohamed Shafiqi. Mohamed Shafiqi est un professeur d'économie. Il a été longtemps responsable de la direction des études financières au ministère des Finances. Il a été nommé par Sa Majesté ambassadeur au Mexique et il a participé à beaucoup de débats autour de la transition environnementale dans notre pays à l'échelle de la planète de façon générale, si je me souviens bien de son parcours professionnel. Il est également doyen des professeurs au master MAPAM, qui est abrité par l'African Business School du UM6P. Donc à toi la parole, si Mohamed. Tu peux venir ici.
Non, c'est bon. Merci, cher ami, professeur Saïd Hinchan. Je crois que j'introduirai mon propos par une des questions que vous avez avancées, celle de la relation au temps. Le temps court, le temps long, par rapport à notre problématique sur les investisseurs institutionnels et le changement climatique. D'abord, parce que quand on se pose cette question-là, il faut peut-être avoir l'intelligence du moment et de la dimension spatiale des défis auxquels on est confronté. Beaucoup de politiques disent qu'un bon politique, c'est celui qui sait choisir l'opportunité en termes de temps et qui choisit le terrain, l'espace dans lequel l'action va se dérouler. À partir de cette remarque introductive sur le temps, qui concerne aussi le monde de la finance, souvent plus enclin au court terme qu'à la projection dans le moyen et surtout le long terme, la question donc, du financement du changement climatique nous interpelle face à la complexité. L'incertitude et la complexité, et aux enjeux qui ont été cités, ceux de la soutenabilité, ceux de l'inclusion, ceux de la transparence, de la responsabilité, de la redevabilité, et donc de la gouvernance de manière générale. Moi, je pense qu'il serait de bonne méthode de nous interroger sur la période. D'abord, que l'on soit très clair, la période que nous vivons, à partir des crises intermittentes qui n'arrêtent pas et qui sont le signe de l'essoufflement des modèles de développement dominants. En termes de soutenabilité environnementale, parce que nous sommes face à de nouveaux défis que l'humanité n'a pas connus auparavant, sur l'eau, sur l'agriculture, sur la soutenabilité, sur l'urbanisme, sur l'inclusion, sur la mobilité, sur la démographie. Donc, des problématiques extrêmement complexes. Et puis, c'est une période de transition vers de nouveaux modèles de développement parce qu'il est établi, soit au niveau de la communauté internationale, j'ai toujours en écho les discussions qu'il y a eu aux Nations Unies sur les objectifs de développement durable, sur les questions d'inégalité, notamment d'inégalité de genre, sur l'inclusion des femmes, sur le financement et sur le multilatéralisme. Et j'ai en écho également les discussions qui sont en cours à Marrakech. C'est un signe des temps que nous avons les assises de la Banque mondiale et du Fonds monétaire international sous un jour nouveau. Dans mes responsabilités au ministère des Finances, j'étais au moins 2 fois par an lors des assises, et la rupture du temps de la réflexion est manifeste aujourd'hui. Alors donc, le rapport au temps et le rapport à l'espace, il s'agit de défis globaux, donc mondiaux, et nous sommes dans une période de crise et de transition. C'est pour cela que je disais que la perception du temps et de nos visions et des solutions qu'on peut proposer doivent tenir compte de cela. Alors je me suis dit, quand même, nous n'avons pas connu, nous ne sommes pas les premiers à être confrontés à une grande période de transition au sens de la longue durée, comme l'entend Brodel ou Duby ou les grands historiens. Je me suis dit, si on revenait un peu en arrière, on tirait des leçons. La plus grande, je n'ai pas le temps de développer, mais si l'on s'en tient à ce que les philosophes appellent la modernité, l'ère de la modernité, qui commence au XVe siècle, nous avons une grande période de rupture à la suite de l'essoufflement et de la grande crise du féodalisme européen, qui n'arrivait plus à alimenter les populations européennes elles-mêmes, dans le cadre d'un régime qu'on disait en évoluant en dents de scie, et où les capacités de production, parce que c'était une économie rurale, agricole, mais basée sur l'extension des cultures, d'où des guerres incessantes d'ailleurs pour les territoires, pour élargir le champ de la production, et sans amélioration de la productivité. Et jusqu'à cette période de l'histoire de l'humanité, le ressort de l'activité humaine était l'énergie musculaire, soit humaine, soit animale. Et la première rupture en termes de changement des systèmes productifs, elle s'opéra à côté de nous, dans la Méditerranée, avec la découverte de la possibilité d'utiliser la force du vent. Ça nous parle par rapport à l'énergie éolienne maintenant. Ce changement a été extrêmement important parce qu'il fait basculer les territoires en crise dans une forme de mondialité. Donc l'espace est mondialisé dès le départ pour l'ère de la modernité, la découverte des Amériques et les conséquences que cela a sur le centre du monde de l'époque, la Méditerranée. Et puis, souvent, on peut en conclure, et c'est ce qui peut être dominant dans les débats sur le climat, que nous sommes dans une période de révolution scientifique et technique qui nous donne beaucoup de solutions et qui peut nous permettre de régler la question des changements au niveau climatique, mais au niveau des systèmes productifs et de la promotion du développement, disons de manière générale, de manière soutenable. Mais l'histoire, cette histoire, nous enseigne que la question est beaucoup plus complexe. La première remarque que je ferai, c'est que ce dépassement ne se fera pas à partir du centre de l'Europe, dans les grands pays européens. Il se fera par la marge de l'Europe, celle où le plus petit pays, donc celui qui est le moins doté en terre, le Portugal, est obligé de sortir. Donc, les moments de rupture privilégient les périphéries parce qu'elles ont moins de pesanteur des systèmes lourds. Et aujourd'hui, c'est manifeste lorsque un grand pays nucléaire veut passer aux énergies renouvelables, il est obligé de fermer des centrales nucléaires. Ça coûte des milliards d'euros ou de dollars. Un pays qui veut lancer le solaire et l'éolien sans avoir à fermer des centrales nucléaires est beaucoup plus à l'aise. Donc, là, le changement se fait par la périphérie. Deuxième élément que l'on peut remarquer sur cette période, c'est un enseignement pour maintenant, c'est que ce n'est pas uniquement l'invention de la voile qui est importante. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a derrière? Ce qu'il y a derrière, c'est qu'on ne peut pas aller aux Amériques juste parce qu'on a une idée et on a un petit voilier. C'est parce qu'il y a derrière la montée des États-nations. Les grands explorateurs avaient derrière eux une force étatique. Et donc, à cette occasion, rappelons-nous qu'il n'y avait que des pouvoirs centrifuges, des petits féodaux, et la notion d'État n'existait pas, et les monarchies étaient obligées de négocier à chaque fois avec des petits seigneurs. La montée de l'État-nation est fondamentale. Et donc, à côté des innovations technologiques, il faut des innovations institutionnelles. Il faut une nouvelle gouvernance. Et il faut aussi de nouveaux moyens de financement, d'où l'importance de la question que nous traitons aujourd'hui. Rappelez-vous que le commerce à distance, parce qu'avant les différentes parties du monde s'ignoraient, les rapports commerciaux à distance nécessitaient de nouveaux moyens de financement à distance. Avec cette période-là, le premier instrument innovateur, c'est la lettre de change pour pouvoir avoir des activités commerciales. Donc, innovation technologique, innovation institutionnelle, innovation financière et innovation en termes de transformation économique-sociale. Le monde bascule d'un monde où les villes dominent les campagnes à un monde où les campagnes dominent les villes, à un monde d'urbanité, d'industrie par la suite. Alors, je termine très rapidement dans cette contextualisation. Si l'on devait s'en tenir à ce que je viens de dire sur la période actuelle, essoufflement des modèles dominants de développement, innovation technologique importante, mais qu'on n'arrive pas à opérationnaliser rapidement. Innovations qui sont imposées parce qu'il y a moins d'inclusivité, il y a moins de soutenabilité et il y a une nouvelle géoéconomie. Et puis, il y a la force du savoir et de nouvelles frontières en termes d'invention, d'innovation et de connaissances. C'est un monde où l'information, donc l'analyse de l'information est importante. Kissinger, en son temps, disait « Si les États-Unis d'Amérique dominaient le monde en son temps, c'est parce qu'ils maîtrisaient les 2 tiers de l'information qui circule dans le monde. » Et ça se jouera avec des innovations institutionnelles, pour nous, par exemple, dans la gestion de l'eau, dans la gestion des finances, dans l'architecture financière mondiale et dans l'implication des populations, parce que pour le changement climatique, pour l'eau, il ne suffit pas de faire des barrages, il faut impliquer les populations. Comme on est juste à côté de l'Atlas, je rappellerai qu'un grand, Jacques Berck, qui a travaillé chez les Sexawa et qui a découvert que dans la rareté, ils géraient au mieux leur eau, il disait ceci, au bout d'une expérience de plus de 10 ans vivant avec eux, la gestion de l'eau était un prétexte à l'organisation sociale. Innovation institutionnelle pour affronter des défis sur des bases nouvelles, et le long terme, la vision stratégique est fondamentale, et les investisseurs institutionnels, pour faire la jonction, sont mieux positionnés parce qu'ils peuvent avoir le sens de la durée et des changements, et ils en ont les moyens. Je vous remercie.
Donc, merci si Chaveré, on va vous donner bien évidemment la parole une deuxième fois pour que vous puissiez revenir sur des exemples assez précis en lien avec la problématique que vous avez pu développer il y a un instant. Donc, je vais immédiatement donner la parole à Si Idriss Labbassi. Bon, Si Idriss Labbassi est un professeur de sciences économiques, donc après un PhD à Michigan en économie, il a été directeur du programme des Nations Unies à Genève et il est aujourd'hui chef de département des sciences économiques à la faculté de sciences économiques d'Agdel. Et donc, il va prendre la parole pendant 5 minutes et après, je vous donnerai la parole une deuxième fois comme avec M. Chafiqi. Je vous remercie.
Merci, professeur Henshan. Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Évidemment, le sujet objet de la table ronde nous interpelle tous. Et en guise de préparation pour le débat d'aujourd'hui, je me suis amusé à essayer de voir quels sont. Est-ce que vous arrivez à nous entendre et à nous écouter ou pas? Ça va? C'est bon? Parfait. Nous, on a un peu d'écho ici. Et donc, en guise de préparation pour cette table ronde, je me suis amusé à essayer de déblayer le terrain au travers d'un certain nombre de questions que j'ai estimées importantes à essayer de débattre avec ceux ici présents. Et je vais les lister. La première question qui me vient en tête pour ce qui est de la relation finance-climat et en quoi est-ce que les investisseurs institutionnels peuvent-ils être au service d'une économie verte, c'est la question, j'allais dire, la plus directe. Quelle attitude les investisseurs institutionnels doivent-ils avoir face au changement climatique? Deuxième question, quelle stratégie climatique, là on rentre dans le vif du sujet, les investisseurs doivent-ils adopter? La troisième question, quel rôle les investisseurs devraient-ils avoir pour converger vers une économie zéro carbone? Enfin, quel rôle, et dans la foulée des réactions de ceux qui m'ont précédé, la technologie, la recherche et le développement peuvent-elles jouer pour engager une transformation structurelle des modèles de production et de consommation qui sont les nôtres? Alors, pour essayer de répondre à ces questions, j'ai élargi le débat. Nous partons du principe qu'il y a souvent une résistance au changement. Et dans le cas qui nous concerne, la résistance est là. C'est-à-dire, on est dans notre petite zone de confort et changer les habitudes qui sont les nôtres, que ce soit les habitudes des investisseurs institutionnels ou du consommateur que vous êtes ou du producteur que quelqu'un d'autre est, nos habitudes, ces zones de confort, on a du mal à les changer. Mais nous savons pertinemment également que le changement peut être provoqué. Et parmi les institutions qui peuvent aider à provoquer ce changement, la théorie économique nous a enseigné cela, c'est l'État. L'État peut jouer un rôle important pour réduire cette résistance au changement. Et nous avons à la portée de l'État 2 grands instruments classiques que l'État a l'habitude de mobiliser pour nous faire changer de comportement et d'habitude. Il y a la logique incitation, comment inciter les investisseurs à prendre en compte le changement climatique dans leurs décisions d'investissement. La deuxième logique, c'est la contrainte ou la réglementation. Donc, l'État pourrait essayer d'intégrer la dimension climat ou risque climatique dans la régulation des institutionnels. Par ailleurs, au-delà de ces hypothèses de base, l'autre hypothèse que j'ai mise en avant, c'est qu'il y a de fortes chances, dans le cas qui est le nôtre et dans les pays qui sont à développement comparable comme le nôtre, que la réglementation internationale, d'où la question de la contrainte, un jour ou l'autre, nous l'imposera. Et j'allais même dire, ça s'impose à nous il y a déjà quelque temps. Et il va falloir trouver le moyen qu'on puisse s'arrimer à ces développements, à cette convergence réglementaire qui est en train de prendre place. Alors, pour ce qui est de ces deux dimensions que j'ai citées, en l'occurrence la dimension incitation et la dimension contrainte, je vais prendre un ou deux petits exemples, si vous le permettez. Un petit exemple. Si tu veux, à la limite, j'introduis déjà celui-là et après. Je prendrai... Ok. Alors, pour la contrainte réglementaire, je me suis amusé à prendre l'exemple classique qu'on connaît tous. C'est celui de la loi pour la transition énergétique qui a été votée en 2015 avec son célèbre article 173 qui fait obligation à tout investisseur institutionnel de décrire qualitativement la façon dont il prend en compte les enjeux climatiques dans sa politique d'investissement. On peut nous aussi faire ça assez rapidement. Hein. Deux, de quantifier sa contribution à la transition énergétique au regard des objectifs qui soient nationaux ou internationaux. Le deuxième, pour ce qui est des autres éléments, on peut être également sur une logique où on a des fonds d'investissement qui sont orientés transition écologique et énergétique. C'est une autre façon de financer la transition écologique. Et cette façon-là, c'est d'inciter les investisseurs institutionnels à investir dans des actifs ou des fonds qui sont orientés vers des actifs verts. L'exemple serait des fermes solaires, ça serait des champs d'éoliennes, des systèmes industriels moins gourmands en consommation énergétique, etc. Enfin, mais je ne vais pas développer, je laisserai ça là à au deuxième round, c'est les fameuses obligations vertes. J'en parlerai dans quelques minutes. Merci, Cécile.
Merci, Sila Pessi. Donc maintenant, je vais passer la parole à Si Mohamed Lamrani. Alors, Si Mohamed Lamrani est un docteur en mathématiques appliquées. Il a une expérience de 27 ans comme directeur des filiales d'un groupe bancaire dont je ne citerai pas le nom. Et il a été membre de son COMEX. Et aujourd'hui, il est professeur affilié à l'UM6P dans le cadre de l'ABS. Et il est en même temps co-directeur de son centre d'excellence financière. À toi la parole, Cécile.
Merci Saïd. Donc, bonjour à tous. En fait, moi, j'ai abordé le sujet sous l'angle investissement socialement responsable pour faire le lien avec les précédentes interventions. Donc, et pour ce faire, je vais quand même rappeler ce que c'est un investissement socialement responsable pour le public que vous êtes. Bon, l'ISR est un concept de développement durable appliqué au placement financier qui vise à concilier performance économique et impact social et environnemental. C'est une approche d'investissement, comme ça a été dit, qui intègre, comme vous pouvez l'imaginer, des critères d'environnement, de social et de gouvernance dans le processus de sélection des titres. Et donc, de ce fait, c'est un outil de la finance climatique qui peut être un puissant levier pour canaliser des fonds vers des initiatives climatiques, notamment les énergies renouvelables, notamment l'efficacité énergétique ou d'autres solutions pour réduire les émissions de gaz à effet de serre. Bien. Une fois on parle d'un investissement socialement responsable, on pose la question sur qui sont ces investisseurs socialement responsables. Et en fait, naturellement, les institutionnels. Pour illustrer, je vais donner juste le poids économique de ces institutionnels, de qui on peut attendre une contribution justement dans la transition vers une économie bas carbone. Les institutionnels, donc on entend par institutionnels les caisses de retraite, les compagnies d'assurance ou les fonds. Quel est leur poids économique? Ils représentent 90% de la capitalisation boursière flottante. Enfin, tous les titres qui sont en circulation, 90% sont détenus par les institutionnels. Ils détiennent plus de 70% des encours sous gestion, des encours financiers. Et enfin, si je focalise par exemple sur les compagnies d'assurance et les caisses de retraite, ils détiennent plus de 50% de la dette publique. Donc c'est tout à fait normal qu'on attende de ces institutionnels une contribution dans l'investissement socialement responsable, en particulier en rapport avec la finance climatique. Alors, quelle serait, je dirais l'approche des investissements socialement responsables qui seraient en faveur de la finance climatique? D'abord, ces investisseurs ISR cherchent à soutenir des entreprises et des projets qui contribuent positivement à la société et à l'environnement en particulier. Comment ils peuvent agir? Différents leviers. Tout d'abord, en tant qu'actionnaire majeur dans la majorité des entreprises, lorsqu'on parle dans le cadre d'un marché financier. Donc, ils peuvent user de leur influence d'actionnaire pour encourager les entreprises à adopter des pratiques plus respectueuses de l'environnement, à divulguer leurs émissions de carbone, à fixer des objectifs de réduction des émissions de gaz à effet de serre et à mettre des politiques, je dirais, d'une manière beaucoup plus globale, de durabilité plus stricte. Donc cet engagement actionnarial peut contribuer à accélérer justement la transition vers une économie bas carbone. Maintenant, à l'opposé, parce qu'on voit d'un côté, mais à l'opposé, et c'est là un peu, je dirais, la particularité de ces investisseurs institutionnels, ils peuvent exclure, je dirais, entre guillemets, de leur portefeuille d'investissement les entreprises exposées aux risques climatiques, et ce, en intégrant justement et en serrant les critères ESG dans la constitution de leur portefeuille d'investissement. Peut-être, avant de finir sur cette première partie, en fait, la question qui se pose aux investisseurs institutionnels, comme je l'ai dit au départ, comment concilier l'investissement socialement responsable et la performance financière. Parce qu'après tout, ces institutionnels dont j'ai cité, ils ont des engagements par rapport à leurs passifs et donc par conséquent ont des obligations de performance des actifs sous gestion qui couvrent leurs engagements vis-à-vis de, comme j'ai dit, de leurs passifs. Alors, il y a trois tendances et je vais m'arrêter là parce que ça ouvre quand même le débat. La première tendance, je dirais, au niveau du marché, les adeptes de la théorie moderne du portefeuille qui estiment qu'en restreignant l'univers d'investissement, l'ISR diminuerait mécaniquement les opportunités de diversification. Comme vous savez, la diversification est à la base de la gestion de portefeuille et donc réduirait automatiquement le couple risque-rendement. Donc ça, on va dire, c'est une première tendance qui est observée, une première attitude. À l'inverse, il y a une deuxième attitude à laquelle on peut tout à fait souscrire, c'est que bien au contraire, la tendance soutiendrait que les pratiques ESG seraient un facteur de performance future des entreprises parce que justement, elles aboutiraient à une meilleure gestion des risques, ce qui pourrait, je dirais, potentiellement se traduire par des meilleures performances financières, notamment à moyen long terme. Ce qui nous pose un problème à ce cadre-là, c'est qu'on suppose que le marché intègre les performances futures et normalement, ça devrait être intégré, ce qui n'est pas forcément le cas dans la valorisation des actifs. Et enfin, il y a une troisième tendance à laquelle je souscris personnellement, mais qu'on ne peut pas démontrer. Pour moi, à moyen et long terme, il n'existe pas tellement de différence significative en termes de performance entre les fonds ISR et les fonds traditionnels. Je pense qu'à moyen et long terme, en gardant à l'esprit que les investisseurs institutionnels sont des investisseurs, justement, tout sauf le court terme, donc aboutirait statistiquement parlant à peu près la même chose, mais avec en prime une contribution importante et significative pour la transition que nous souhaitons. Sauf que ce n'est pas toujours le cas, et pour ça, il y a pas mal de facteurs qu'on pourra discuter lors de la deuxième partie. Merci.
Bien, donc, je vais donc proposer à nos trois intervenants, à la suite de ce deuxième round, de revenir sur des exemples concrets en lien avec ce qu'ils ont pu développer en première partie et plus généralement en lien avec les objets de cette table ronde qui est consacré à l'Afrique. Et le Maroc fait partie de l'Afrique, bien évidemment.
Merci. Je crois que le propos, donc j'ai développé le point de départ sur la vision stratégique, sur le long terme. Comme je l'ai dit, j'ai terminé sur le rôle des investisseurs institutionnels. Je préfère quand même dire qu'une période de transition, ça suppose au point de départ de grandes réformes. C'est-à-dire ne pas rester sur, ne pas dormir sur ses lauriers. Dans les périodes d'incertitude comme celle-là, on aura souvent tendance à essayer de sauver les meubles et donc il y a un réflexe d'inertie. Dans l'histoire moderne de notre pays, si on avait à avoir ce réflexe-là, on n'en serait pas là aujourd'hui. Je vais vous donner un exemple très simple que j'ai vécu en tant que directeur de cabinet du ministère des Finances avec une grande institution qui était l'OCP, qui aujourd'hui joue un rôle important au niveau national et au niveau africain sur la transition climatique. Lorsque le nouveau grand responsable de l'OCP a pris ses fonctions, il a hérité d'une structure qui a perduré durant plusieurs années et résultat des courses, le déficit de la caisse de retraite interne de l'OCP était abyssal. C'était l'équivalent de la valeur totale de l'OCP. Les réflexes traditionnels disaient tout simplement, donc on ne peut pas régler ça parce que ça va endetter l'État, etc., etc. Je n'ai pas le temps de rentrer dans les détails, mais ce qui a été fait, c'est de faire un montage novateur pour sortir de ce déficit en ayant une alliance avec un investisseur institutionnel qui était la CDG et moyennant une vision novatrice sur le financement et sur son étalement dans la durée avec un accouplement avec des réformes de fond de l'OCP qui non seulement va se moderniser, contribuer aux finances publiques, contrairement à ce qui a été dit auparavant, parce que durant toute l'histoire de l'OCP, toutes les lois de finances, pratiquement, il y avait 500 millions de dirhams qui étaient inscrits comme provenant de l'OCP, qui n'a jamais payé. Et on est aujourd'hui à plus de 6 milliards de contributions directes. C'est moyennant ce montage financier osé que nous sommes arrivés à cela. Et je me rappelle, c'était la dernière semaine du gouvernement Jto, et avant la signature, dans la signature, c'était important, tous les acteurs traditionnels, notamment de grands responsables, n'étaient pas au rendez-vous. Il y avait le PDG, le ministre des Finances, le Premier ministre, et moi-même, et Benguerir à l'époque. Donc, opposition, les résistants dont on parlait tout à l'heure. Regardez où est-ce qu'on en est aujourd'hui. Et au moment où on est en train de parler, à l'université, il y a InnovX qui est lancé grâce à l'OCP. Et il y a le principal accord qu'il y a maintenant avec IFC pour financer une transition dans l'agriculture. Parce que qu'on le veuille ou non, la question de la soutenabilité est aussi une question d'autosuffisance alimentaire, de nouvelle organisation, qui n'est pas uniquement globale, mais au plus près, au ras du sol, avec les paysans. Et cela suppose de nouvelles constructions financières. Et l'Afrique est un bon exemple, puisqu'on a évoqué là. Sur l'inclusion financière, vous savez que ça marche au téléphone, plus dans les pays africains que dans beaucoup de pays développés, les femmes en particulier. Donc, il y a possibilité d'innovation financière au plus près des préoccupations du terrain. Le deuxième exemple que je voudrais également évoquer, je parle uniquement d'expériences que j'ai connues personnellement, j'ai eu à présider le comité d'allocation d'actifs de la Caisse marocaine des retraites, qui représentait une forte composante de l'épargne institutionnelle. À l'époque, c'était 80 milliards de dirhams, parce qu'il y a eu des rajustements dans la location et dans l'investissement, au-delà des réflexes classiques, et notamment dans les banques du Trésor, parce que ça aussi c'est un problème, qui sécurisent parce que les gens ne prennent pas de risque, l'État va payer, et et on exclut le financement des PME, des TPE et de l'économie de manière générale parce qu'on est sécurisé. Eh bien, lorsqu'on a opéré le changement, en 1 année et demie, on était à 80 milliards de dirhams. 1 année et demie après, on était à 92 milliards de dirhams. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Ça veut dire que le changement des montages financiers, et avec les nouvelles opportunités, c'est un mot qu'on n'a pas prononcé jusqu'à présent, offertes par le changement climatique, c'est des opportunités de création d'emplois, c'est des opportunités de rendement qui sont importantes, et c'est une contribution à l'émergence d'un monde nouveau. Et ce monde nouveau suppose une nouvelle perception de la responsabilité fiduciaire, qui inclut les risques climatiques, mais avec toutes les conférences mondiales et les nouvelles réglementations, qui incluent les droits de la personne. Parce que la soutenabilité, c'est de créer des opportunités pour des populations dans l'égalité, dans la réduction des inégalités et dans la lutte contre la pauvreté. Ça, c'est un élément de soutenabilité sociale fondamental. Ce que je veux dire par là, c'est que la réponse aux défis du changement climatique et à l'inclusion suppose que l'on se bouge et que l'on mette en chantier de manière courageuse de nouvelles réformes qui peuvent bouleverser l'architecture financière qui est à l'aise. Et n'oubliez pas que nous sommes également, en termes de période, sur une période de financiarisation excessive de l'économie et de divorce avec l'économie réelle, qui font que certains grands investisseurs, les premiers dans le monde, peuvent parfois acheter des logements, des parties des villes qu'ils gardent sans loger les personnes parce qu'ils doivent les utiliser comme actifs rapides. Donc la logique financière peut être destructrice si elle ne se met pas dans la logique de changement et de la transformation qui est attendue. Et je pense honnêtement que les débats qu'il y a maintenant à Marrakech peuvent constituer une fenêtre, voire une porte ouverte à ces changements-là, parce que cette conscience commence à s'appliquer. Et je crois fermement que par rapport aux grands défis de l'eau, de l'agriculture, nous sommes dans le continent qui peut apporter des réponses dès lors qu'il peut s'armer et qu'on le laisse s'armer de nouvelles pratiques, notamment au niveau financier. Voilà ce que je peux dire comme complément. Merci.
Rapidement, je passe donc au deuxième exemple. Le deuxième exemple porte sur la question des obligations vertes. Sans aucun doute, c'est un marché qui est très porteur, avec quelques explications. C'est un marché qui est en très fort développement, un développement très important. Et la plupart des investisseurs qui ont été questionnés dans une étude qui a été faite souhaitent, ils déclarent dans ce questionnaire, souhaiteraient investir dans cette classe d'actifs, en l'occurrence les green bonds. Alors, à titre purement indicatif, quand je dis c'est un marché qui est en plein essor, à date d'aujourd'hui, on est sur un marché qui a démarré en 2000. La première émission a été faite en 2008. Et ce n'est qu'à partir de 2015, 2016 que les choses ont commencé à prendre. Aujourd'hui, on est sur un marché qui est aux alentours de 2500 milliards de dollars. Et donc la progression, elle est exponentielle. Il faut noter par ailleurs que ces obligations vertes ne sont pas la panacée exclusivement de pays développés. À titre indicatif, depuis 2016, 19 pays en développement et émergents ont lancé des obligations vertes, sociales et durables pour stimuler le financement climatique, encourager une transition vers l'abondance des combustibles et être dans les objectifs de développement durable. Le dernier pays à avoir joint cette initiative, c'est l'Inde. En début 2023, cette année même, l'Inde a émis sa première obligation verte avec un montant de 2 milliards de dollars pour financer des projets qui contribuent à l'atténuation du changement climatique, à l'adaptation, à la protection de l'environnement et à la conservation des ressources et de la biodiversité jusqu'à l'atteinte de la neutralité carbone. Donc, ils ont un plan de développement quand même assez ambitieux. Par ailleurs, sur l'ensemble des émissions qui ont été faites, on ne représente, mais quand je dis nous, les pays en développement, ne représentent que 2% du total. Et à cet effet, ça veut dire que les marges de manœuvre, elles sont là. Il y a un potentiel quand même assez important de développement de ce marché. Et donc, il va falloir peut-être mettre en place des instruments pour inciter les investisseurs institutionnels à prendre cette voie et intégrer ce marché. Deux autres éléments assez rapides. La Banque mondiale, elle émet aujourd'hui 200 obligations vertes dans 25 monnaies différentes. Donc, on a des marges de manœuvre. Et ça constitue même la norme internationale à ce sujet. J'aimerais également insister sur un élément. Il y a 3 dates importantes à garder en tête. 2015, 2016 et tout ce qui relève de la COP 21 et de la COP 22. 2015, Climate Finance Day. Donc, c'est une date assez importante à garder en tête. C'est là où on a commencé à intégrer et à prendre conscience qu'il va falloir qu'on change de comportement, qu'il va falloir mettre la main à la pâte pour changer le comportement qui est le nôtre, en particulier au travers d'inciter les investisseurs institutionnels à financer ce changement. Nous avons 2 pledges, le Montréal Pledge et le Marrakech Pledge, qui sont dans la foulée, dans la continuité de ce qui a été déjà initié à Paris. Alors, pour le Montréal Pledge, on s'engage, un certain nombre d'institutions se sont engagées à mesurer, et donc ça c'est important, donc on est sur la quantification et la mesure, et publier l'empreinte carbone de leur portefeuille pour la COP 21. La suite, vous la connaissez, c'est également la COP 22 avec le Marrakech Pledge où il a été annoncé un certain nombre de mesures en faveur du changement climatique, ou du moins comment atténuer ce... Voilà, je pense que je vais m'arrêter là, sauf s'il y a des questions par la suite. Merci.
Alors, peut-être pour faire le lien avec mon prédécesseur par rapport à la COP 22, et ensuite on va dire, je développe sur la partie investissement socialement responsable. Lors de la COP 22 qui a eu lieu à Marrakech en 2016, et en parlant aussi d'innovation financière, une feuille de route pour l'alignement du secteur financier marocain a été signée avec des objectifs clairs, aussi bien pour le secteur bancaire, pour le secteur des assurances et pour le secteur des fonds. Je vais juste focaliser sur le secteur des assurances parce que je veux mettre en évidence quand même un sujet de fond, je dirais, qui relèverait de mon point de vue de l'éducation financière en lien avec notre université. Pour le secteur des assurances, ce qui a été convenu, c'est qu'il s'engage, on parle de 2016, à investir 6 milliards de dirhams dans des actifs verts et notamment dans les green bonds à horizon 5 ans. Aujourd'hui, force est de constater que ce n'est pas le cas. Mais ça se comprend tout à fait parce que cet objectif-là était corrélé à un deuxième objectif, à savoir développer, et là on parle d'innovation financière, des produits d'épargne vert pour collecter, je parle du secteur des assurances, 500 millions de dirhams par an. Là encore, ce n'est pas encore le cas. Et je pense, après je ne vais pas me prononcer au nom du secteur des assurances, mais je pense qu'on s'est heurté au profil des clients et des investisseurs particuliers marocains qui sont plutôt, je dirais, exigeants en termes de performance et pas du tout investisseurs à moyen et long terme, à l'instar d'ailleurs des institutionnels dont j'ai parlé précédemment. Et ça illustre parfaitement le fait qu'il y a un travail en profondeur à faire, aussi bien au niveau de l'architecture financière dont parlait le professeur Shafiqi, qu'au niveau de l'éducation financière, qui peuvent être un des éléments de réponse pour encourager la transition. Tout est lié. Alors maintenant, permettez-moi de revenir sur pourquoi les investisseurs institutionnels, et c'est quelque chose qu'on doit corriger, avec toute la précaution qu'il faut. Pourquoi ils sont court terme? Parce que la structure de marché, elle est celle-là. Hein. Je prends par exemple les institutionnels investissent particulièrement sur le marché de capitaux, à savoir le marché boursier et le marché obligataire. Ben, le marché boursier, il y a eu des années où le marché a délivré 70% de performance. Et donc ça renvoie évidemment vers un autre sujet qui est un sujet de fond concernant le fonctionnement du marché. Il n'empêche que c'est un élément d'explication. Lorsqu'on a un marché qui procure 70% de performance, la question pourquoi on va investir à moyen long terme. Idem sur le marché obligataire. Vous savez, cette année, il y a eu un choc sur la courbe des taux. Il y a une date à partir du 6 janvier 2023. Il y a eu une inflexion à la hausse de la courbe des taux. Sauf qu'elle a été à la baisse pendant une vingtaine d'années. Et là encore, avec des performances intéressantes pour les investisseurs institutionnels qui n'encouragent pas ou qui n'orientent pas forcément vers des horizons d'investissement à moyen long terme. À côté de ça, bien sûr, et ce n'est pas le sujet, la taille de marché, la liquidité, la profondeur, etc. Un autre phénomène pour illustrer, pour être pédagogique, pourquoi les institutionnels sont aussi orientés court terme? C'est peut-être parce que leurs clients sont orientés court terme et sont exigeants à court terme. Je prends par exemple le secteur des assurances. Un épargnant dans un produit d'assurance vie, bien qu'il place sur un horizon 8 ans pour avoir l'avantage fiscal, sauf que il est exigeant en termes de performance année par année, ce qui met une pression sur le secteur à plutôt favoriser la performance et à court terme, sauf que ça nous pose nous un problème par rapport à la problématique que nous abordons aujourd'hui. Maintenant, permettez-moi de revenir à l'investissement socialement responsable. Juste un mot sur l'ISR, parce que je pense que c'est un vrai sujet et qui nous réunit nous trois aujourd'hui. Au niveau international, et on enchaînera dans la deuxième partie, ou la troisième partie. L'ISR est né il y a plus d'un siècle, avec une croissance soutenue. Les encours ISR au niveau mondial représentent 30% des encours globaux mondiaux, et l'Europe vient en tête, il faut rendre à César ce qui appartient à César, puisque les fonds européens ISR représentent plus de 60% des encours mondiaux. Donc tout ça pour dire qu'il y a une activité intense de l'investissement socialement responsable, contrairement à notre pays où il y a une marge de progrès, une marge de développement. À titre rapide, 3 banques ont lancé 3 fonds ISR, on va dire, c'est des instruments de collecte qui méritent encore d'être maturés et mûris. Merci.
Je ne sais pas, on a peut-être un petit quart d'heure, Rada, c'est ça? On a peut-être un petit quart d'heure. On peut prendre quelques questions. Donc, on peut prendre quelques questions, sachant qu'on n'a qu'un petit quart d'heure, c'est ça? 5 minutes. Donc, s'il y a des questions.
Bonjour. Alors, la question, c'est quoi les étapes pour un jeune entrepreneur pour approcher les investisseurs? Quelles sont les étapes à entreprendre? Voilà ma question.
Est-ce que je peux poser la question en anglais? Oui. Okay. My question is direct. Concerning the speakers, I found it interesting that there was history. Vous avez parlé d'histoire. You talked about. Je ne sais pas si il y a quelqu'un qui peut traduire. Non, ok. Je vais continuer. De toute façon. C'est bon? Ok. Donc la deuxième question, la question c'est, vous avez parlé d'histoire, vous avez parlé un peu des exemples que vous avez. En fait, you are there, you had helped them. Sorry, I'm mixing English and French. But then my question is, as a young entrepreneur or young youth, we have ideas. I'll give an example. I worked on a market. And in Africa, we have a culture that's rich and diverse. I can be in Morocco, I can be in Zambia. But one thing that's unique is that our social aspect is different and rich. But now the aspect is that if we go to an investor and we speak of all this like history, how can we propose projects like innovative projects like I'm working on, which is a market that is going to integrate the aspect of sociality and also culture to an investor? I don't know if my question is clear. I should maybe repeat it. Oh, merci.
Bonjour à tous et j'aimerais remercier d'abord les messieurs pour la présentation. C'était vraiment instructif. Toutefois, j'ai une question à monsieur Mohamed Chafki. Vous avez parlé des innovations sur le plan environnemental, institutionnel et beaucoup de choses. Et vous aviez aussi fait cette relation entre l'histoire qu'on avait eue avec le déclin au niveau du développement et qui s'est passé au niveau du XVIe siècle et autres. Et ce qui nous a montré un peu le changement au niveau de la gouvernance et beaucoup de choses. Du coup, j'aimerais vous poser une question. Avec ce nouveau déclin d'aujourd'hui, est-ce qu'on doit repenser la gouvernance au niveau continental ou au niveau de nos gouvernements ou au niveau, au niveau local? Quand je parle de ça, je prends juste un exemple très simple. C'est juste que quand vous reprenez l'histoire, c'est qu'on a quitté des chefferies, on a quitté des villages pour avoir des institutions, pour avoir des États. Est-ce qu'il faut aller plus loin que ça pour aller à une gouvernance d'ordre continental ou bien il faut toujours rester au niveau des pays et toutefois essayer de, je sais pas, voter des lois pour essayer de propulser le développement africain? Merci.
Bonjour. Tout d'abord, je tiens à vous remercier pour vos agréables interventions. Alors, ma question, c'est par rapport au développement durable et sur le plan stratégique. Est-ce que vraiment, au niveau africain et notamment marocain, c'est le moment de réfléchir par rapport à une stratégie qui lie, je dirais, un nexus eau, énergie et food security, ou ce qu'on appelle la sécurité alimentaire? Je vois que vraiment on devrait se positionner sur ce nexus-là pour mettre des plans court, moyen et long terme efficaces là-dessus. Donc comment vous voyez ces stratégies? Est-ce que vraiment on peut partir là-dessus? Merci.
Bonjour. Pour faire tout ce que vous avez dit, est-ce que nous devons avoir une conscience nationale africaine? Et merci.
Je vous remercie pour ces informations. Ma question, c'est quelles sont les nouveautés de la fiscalité au niveau de l'écotaxe pour inciter les investisseurs et les encourager pour investir dans la durabilité? Merci.
On va commencer peut-être par la partie globale, celle qui concerne les innovations. Mon propos, et c'est établi par beaucoup d'études, malheureusement le temps ne permet pas d'aller plus profondément, mais je vais vous donner un exemple très simple pour comprendre mon propos. La machine à vapeur pour la révolution industrielle a été réalisée en France par Denis Papin. La révolution industrielle a eu lieu en Grande-Bretagne parce que la France n'était pas prête d'un point de vue structure institutionnelle, c'était la période du colbertisme, du point de vue des sociales, des classes dominantes de l'époque, de la noblesse. Et là, la France ne connaîtra la révolution industrielle que par la suite, après la Révolution française. Donc, il y a un changement de paradigme et un changement de la nature de l'État. Et c'est pour cela que les innovations institutionnelles sont déterminantes. On peut avoir toutes les données scientifiques, technologiques, etc. Mais si vous n'avez pas l'environnement institutionnel qui offre des possibilités, et d'ailleurs maintenant il y a des travaux qui se font sur un parallèle entre la courbe des inventions, on en a parlé tout à l'heure, et la courbe des innovations. Lorsqu'on transforme des conquêtes scientifiques en réalisation, et bien souvent, à la fin des systèmes, l'écart entre la courbe des inventions et celle des innovations s'élargit. Et c'est à ce moment-là qu'il faut des changements d'un point de vue institutionnel. Pour aller plus précisément à la question sur, quand je dis changement institutionnel, c'est la façon dont un État, par exemple, s'organise. Du point de vue des institutions, par exemple dans notre histoire récente, sur la question de la gouvernance, la question des régulateurs, Banque centrale, ACAPS pour les assurances, etc. Ben, beaucoup de gens se posent la question, est-ce qu'on ne doit pas aborder la question de la régulation globale du système financier, y compris banque, marché des capitaux et secteur des assurances? Parce que dans les évaluations que nous avons, je regarde de le dire, mais un grand pan est passé sous silence, je pense notamment au secteur des assurances, où il y a beaucoup de choses à faire, et ne serait-ce que pour les innovations institutionnelles, le fonds qui devait nous permettre de faire face aux catastrophes, à la catastrophe de volant de vie, ça a demandé 15 ans pratiquement. Et il n'est pas opérationnel alors que... Donc, vous voyez, donc, globalement, de nouvelles institutions. Des institutions aussi qui permettent la transparence, qui permettent des calculs de coûts importants en termes d'opportunités. Alors, gouvernance continentale, oui, parce que nous avons des défis communs et qu'il faudrait qu'on ait les institutions continentales pour opérationnaliser des choses. Ce que fait l'OCP, par exemple, l'exemple que j'ai donné tout à l'heure, est un moyen de coopération. Mais il faut une dimension institutionnelle un peu plus affirmée. Est-ce que cela nous éloigne des territoires? Non. S'il n'y a pas, on peut faire toutes les initiatives stratégiques, si vous n'avez pas de capacité de redéploiement territorial, la question de la territorialisation des politiques publiques et des décisions est fondamentale. C'est avec les populations qu'on peut changer le monde au mieux et qu'on peut mieux gérer les contraintes. Voilà.
Ok, alors deux petits mots, hein, assez rapides, uniquement pour la prise de conscience. La question climatique ou environnementale n'a pas de frontières. Et donc une prise de conscience au niveau domestique, national, devrait aller au-delà des frontières, c'est normal. J'allais dire la pollution, vous ne pouvez pas fermer vos frontières à la pollution. Donc une prise de conscience internationale est importante. Faut-il créer des structures supranationales de gestion de cela? Oui, ça a été dit par mon collègue. J'aimerais peut-être boucler, étant donné qu'on est en train de boucler, il y a au niveau des Nations Unies, le patron des Nations Unies avait annoncé à un moment donné que nous avons ouvert les portes de l'enfer. Et vous qui êtes jeunes ici, la question qui a été posée, comment peut-on refermer les portes de l'enfer? Et moi, je me suis dit, est-ce que les investisseurs institutionnels ne pourraient pas être l'un des leviers pour refermer ces fameuses portes de l'enfer, parce que nous sommes arrivés peut-être à une limite qui peut, à un moment donné, devenir irréversible. Voilà, je boucle avec ça.
Un mot rapidement à la question entrepreneur versus investisseurs. Je pense que ce qui nous réunit aujourd'hui, lorsqu'on parle de finances climatiques, c'est quand même un développement de marché financier avec toute l'innovation dont nous avons besoin pour développer la finance climatique, mais aussi, si on va sur un cadre beaucoup plus général, c'est pour désintermédier l'économie, puisque initialement, on avait un système de financement dominé par le secteur bancaire, la réforme des marchés, qui est venue en 1995 et qui a été à l'origine de l'émergence du marché de capitaux et du marché financier de manière générale, est venu justement désintermédier et mettre en contact ce que je pourrais dire dans le jargon économique, les agents à capacité de financement, les investisseurs, et les agents à besoin de financement, les entrepreneurs qui veulent financer leurs projets. Et donc, je pense que la réponse, même si, désolé, on n'a pas le temps de détailler, c'est quand même le développement des marchés des capitaux qui est un levier important pour adresser pas mal de questions qui ont été soulevées aujourd'hui. Merci.
Donc, merci Selam Rani, merci à nos intervenants, merci à tous les participants. Donc, suite à cette table ronde, on va rédiger un papier à partir des réflexions qui viennent d'être faites ici. On va mieux les structurer, mieux les développer et on prendra bien évidemment en considération quelques réponses avec beaucoup de détails par rapport aux questions qui viennent d'être posées. Donc voilà.
Start in 2 or 3 minutes. Thank you. And I'm delighted today to moderate this second panel about the private sector investing. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here today, we are confronted with a reality that is both undeniable and urgent. Climate change is not just knocking on our door. It has entered our homes, our economies, and our futures. This year, we are witnessing global temperatures nearing the critical 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold, a stark reminder that our planet is warming at an unprecedented rate. The traditional distinctions between the global south and north are blurring. Climate change does not recognize borders or economies. So today, more than ever, there is a need for a coordinated action. Our shared future, North and South, hinges on our ability to act together. Ladies and gentlemen, let this panel be a platform to share and discuss how the North and the South are gearing toward climate action. And to guide us through this crucial conversation, we have a distinguished panel of experts. First, from Swiss Re, we have Eric Payen, a Senior Client Manager for Public Sector Solutions, covering Europe and North Africa. Next, we have Chris Caldwell, a seasoned CEO and entrepreneur with over 15 years of experience in renewable energy and clean tech. Financing this transition, especially in emerging markets, is a challenge unto itself. Our next speaker, Sanmit Ahuja, is an expert in blended finance, and he will shed light on leveraging financial instruments in markets like India. Lastly, we'll zoom out to the macro perspective with an economist. Our speaker, Jacob van Kurtgaard, is a non-resident senior fellow at the Peterson Institute for International Economics and a resident senior fellow at the German Marshall Fund of the United States in Brussels. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Eric, Chris, Sanmit, and Jacob for making the trip and being here with us today in Benguerir. So, we are going to start our panel by looking at the private sector investment dynamics. We know that in 2021, those investments reach over $700 million. So my question to you, Chris, is how is United Renewable contributing to this global trend, and what projects are you currently working on?
Well, thank you very much, Mariana. It's an honor to be part of such a wonderful, distinguished panel of deep experts. Now, the perspective I bring here is the perspective of the entrepreneur. You can tell I'm the entrepreneur because I'm the only person in the panel without a tie. But as the first speaker, I'd like to briefly frame where we are in terms of climate finance. We are in the middle of the hottest year, well, near the end of the hottest year that humanity's ever known. And that was only, last year was the hottest up until this point. We're in a long trend of increasingly hot weather, which Eric will talk about a little later on. The impact of that is forest fires, it's floods, it's droughts, it's hurricanes, and that's only at 1.2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. Now, to reverse this trend, conservative estimates suggest we need to be spending between $4 to $6 trillion every single year up until 2040. Now, that's a massive challenge, but also a massive opportunity. And as Mariana said, last year we spent $700 billion. Now, we're not even close to getting to where we need to be. But if you then kind of take that down to an African context, of that $700 billion, we got something like 19 billion into the continent of Africa. It's an absolutely tiny, tiny, tiny amount. And of that 19, 17 was governmental type funding, and only 2 was from the private markets. Now, that should not be the way it works. Private markets should be public markets should be multipliers for private funds. So every dollar that goes in should produce $3 or $4 or $5 of private funds. Now, how do we get to that multiplier effect? Well, we need policy, but you also need entrepreneurship, and you need entrepreneurs to be clearing the way and going through the obstacles that allows for private capital to flow more easily. Now, to talk about that, I'll just give a little example, as you suggested, from kind of the origin story of United Renewables. Our first projects were wind farms in Northern Ireland. Now, that on its face looked like an extremely attractive project. You had a fantastic wind resource, so no concerns there, and you had a big carrot of strong subsidies, government subsidies encouraging development. Well, when you then got into the details of how to build them, it was very difficult. We were the first. When we cut the ribbon, we were the first to create investment-grade wind turbines in Northern Ireland. And the reason for that was small land sizes, land packages, which meant that you couldn't be developing out large-scale wind turbines. To the planners who would give you the authority to build, were used to saying no to tall structures in agricultural areas because you didn't want skyscrapers in agricultural areas. So you needed to take them through the journey of understanding that a wind turbine is fundamentally different in all sorts of ways to a large building. Then you had the grid. The grid is a problem throughout the world in that the grid was set up to take a single point of generation and move the power to where it's needed. In the renewable space, you have multiple points of generation, and that is a much more difficult thing to try and control. The analogy is what grids historically have been like. It's been like train stations. They've been used to carrying power along a single track. while the renewable world is more like kind of downtown New York, where you've got cars going through all sorts of roads, moving in all sorts of different directions. So all of those were difficult obstacles to come over. But eventually, well, we got there. We worked with all the stakeholders to get through them, to get a project that was worth building. Then we hit the problem of finance, really the issue we're trying to deal today, and it's capital matching. Now, my background before being an entrepreneur was I was in corporate finance for a lot of years, so I understood the value of capital matching. Now, I'm sorry, can you hear me okay? Okay, yeah, cool. So you could not be building these turbines with debt because it was a new concept. You couldn't be building them with institutional investment because they were too small. So we had to go through our own networks of high net worth individuals, essentially rich guys. We found rich people who prepared to be building these. But once we managed to get through all of these obstacles, they get through the operational obstacles and then match the capital, then everything started to flow. So from there being essentially no renewables in Northern Ireland when we started, now we're over 53% of all power generated from renewable sources in the region. So it's utterly transformative just by entrepreneurs sitting on the ground trying to work through these issues. Now, when we try to develop projects, we're not looking for high net worth individuals. There's a queue of people looking to be building projects for us with us. So you can have the large tech companies like Google and Microsoft and all of these guys want to be building and owning the power afterwards. You also have pension funds who are prepared to back you, industrial off-takers prepared to back you. So the job then becomes matching the ideal capital to the project. Now, the same issue being faced by friends down the road in the World Bank and the IMF at a global scale. But I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. I'm looking at you, Sunmate, and from your experience, what are the key factors that make sustainable development not just viable, but also profitable for businesses?
Thank you, Mariam, and thank you to the university for hosting us today. So to your question, what are the factors? There are three principal factors, but before that, we need a mindset change. Sustainable development, if you start comparing with dirty fossil fuel industry and you try and find profits compared to the ones that fossil fuel industry gets, you've already lost the battle, because those industries have been and are being subsidized heavily, massively, right? And if you price those externalities or price the carbon emissions in, they are much more expensive. So that's a mindset change that we have to look at. So we are not fighting the battle, we have to shift the battleground, and that is the mindset change that I'm talking about. And once you get into that zone, there are sort of three key factors important, whether you're an entrepreneur or you're a nation. Firstly, don't try to fight regulation, right? You have to embrace it, right? Climate requires protection of the earth, protection of the natural resources, protection of the people. So we have to create new regulation and embrace it wholeheartedly. So that's the first important factor. The second is the technology exists. There is all the technology in the world available to solve all the problems, right? EU spends hundreds of billions on Horizon 2020 program. Same in US, same in UK, same in Japan, and so many other countries. So where are the markets, right? The markets are given by the emerging economies in Africa, in Latin America, and Asia. So that's the strength that we are playing with. So create that market and bring those technologies in, proven technologies. We're not even talking about new technologies. Bring those proven technologies in. And finally, the third and most important point is disruptive, innovative finance, right? And those financial solutions will have to be homegrown, will have to come in partnership with the developed world. So we need to create new financial models and instruments, and I'll talk about that during the panel discussion. And I'll just illustrate with 2 or 3 examples why climate and sustainable business is profitable today, not even tomorrow. Renewable energy, we know, is profitable. You're getting 15% return on capital investment in renewable energy anywhere in the world. Waste, right? Waste is a fantastic opportunity. We're doing a business where we're looking at waste tires, right? Take a car tire, which is 10 kilograms. There's 9 kilograms of rubber and 1 kilogram of steel in it, right? You just throw it away. But essentially, if you're able to extract that rubber and extract that steel, you have $10 to $15 in that waste car tire available, 30% return on investment. Food, we talked about food security. There's, again, amazing technology out there in the world that helps you address food security. And I'll just show you one example of that. This is a small film membrane. This technology was invented in Japan, and it replaces soil. I can put it on this floor here and start growing food on it. I can't illustrate with an example, otherwise I would have shown you a slide, but an amazing, amazing technology. Wastewater is a fantastic, we all are in a water-stressed climate. There are technologies out there where you can take dirty water, right, extract it for 1 cent or 2 cents a liter, and you're able to sell that to industry, to commercial establishment for 5 or 6 or 7 cents, right? So the technology exists all the way, but we have to focus on markets, and that's the fundamental point.
Thank you, Sanmit. Jacob, how do international economic policies influence or facilitate these investments?
Well, thank you very much, and certainly also thank you for UM6P for inviting me. Well, I think there's a number of ways in which the international policy circumstances can channel and indeed must channel and must promote green investment. But I think the first thing, I mean, it fundamentally has a lot to do with what governments do. What is it that governments do to incentivize private actors? And this is, I guess, particularly relevant now as we, unlike, say, a year or two ago, are now living in an era of much higher interest rates, much higher costs of capital, and therefore, arguably, a much higher need for government-assisted or, supported investment. And I think it's probably important to start with this issue of financing. Because we've already briefly mentioned it. Globally, the biggest thing that international policies can do is arguably to provide financing. It's a core aspect of the COP process to provide a minimum of $100 billion in climate financing or concessionary climate financing to the developing world to promote climate change. But I think there is actually probably a more important channel for financing because there are basically two things that governments can do to promote the green transition. They can subsidize, meaning using a carrot. They can reduce the cost by subsidies of producing green energy. Or they can use a stick, meaning making it more expensive to continue to produce using fossil fuels, which is, of course, what a carbon price is all about. And if you look at this issue of subsidies, well, there we clearly have a global problem because the big subsidies are now being rolled out in the EU, in the United States, in China, and other advanced economies. But they are overwhelmingly being targeted towards the promotion of domestic production, which means that actually when we're talking about this type of financing, these types of government intervention, the share of subsidies, if you can put it that way, going to Africa, for instance, is minuscule. Absolutely. I mean, we're talking single-digit percentages. But, at the same time, it's probably also worth noting that there are different incentives placed in front of also rich governments or advanced economy governments that do these subsidies. Because some of them, say probably the best example is China, Well, China massively subsidizes its production of green technologies, whether it's solar panels, car batteries, and other things. And in some ways, the world should be thankful for that. Part of the reason why we're seeing this remarkable cost reduction in solar panels that is benefiting the world is that China is selling it below cost around the world. But of course, there is a flip side to that. There are many politicians in many different countries who will say, well, we shouldn't take all these cheap Chinese solar panels because it will cost us our domestic industry. We will lose our own domestic green industrial base and the jobs associated with it. So there's this sort of illustrates that whatever governments do, also in the climate sphere, it's not like a business has predominantly one overarching purpose, which is to make money. Well, government action always operates and has multiple goals. In the case of climate change, obviously, when you do something, you want to promote or reduce carbon emissions or promote other aspects of the green transition, be it biodiversity and the like. But you also have a fiscal cost. There's a lot of things you can do, but it costs money. And somebody's going to have to pay that money. It will typically be the taxpayers in your own country. And then thirdly, there is a social cost. It is not difficult, if you are a dictatorship, if you like, to rapidly reduce carbon emissions. You could ban fossil, internal combustion engines tomorrow or other draconian measures, but you would have a social explosion. So governments always have to sort of balance these three things: the climate impact, which you want to maximize, the fiscal or financial costs, which you want to minimize, and the social costs or the social risks, which you also want to minimize. And then finally, perhaps also just a word on the sticks on carbon pricing, which, as an economist, I love carbon pricing. I think it's probably the single most important, it's not the only one, but it is the single most important policy tool to promote the green transition. And the reason for that is that carbon pricing works both on supply and on demand, and it works immediately. And it works on supply in the sense that it makes it more expensive to use fossil fuels. But it also works on demand. It works on the incentives and the prices that you in the audience face. If you have to buy stuff that also has to pay the carbon price, the prices go up and you are likely to consume less of it. So the effect, therefore, of the carbon price will be, I think, very large. But it creates international problems. It creates trade problems. Because what happens, which is the situation that we have now, where you have a very high carbon price, about 80 euros a ton or $90 a ton of carbon in the European Union, but no carbon price in the United States, no carbon price in indeed most of the world. Well, what will happen is, of course, that the European Union is going to put carbon-based tariffs. They're going to insist that if you import products into the EU that do not pay a carbon price, that they pay that carbon price at the border. So it's going to create problems for the global trading system if you do that. So ultimately, again, whatever the governments do in order to try to promote the green transition, it's just really important to recognize that there is a tendency to try to solve one problem but potentially create another one. So you constantly have to balance competing demands. And that is why it is so challenging, not just for governments domestically to set climate policy, but even more importantly and even more difficult to agree to do it at the international, regional, or global level. So let me stop there.
Thank you, Jacob. Transitioning into global collaborations and partnerships in the private sector, my question to you, Eric, is about how insurance in general and Swiss Re view international partnerships in terms of risk and opportunities.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yes? So thanks, Mariama. So first, thank you to the University Mohammed VI to welcome us. Thank you to Morocco for hosting also the IMF conference. I think that it's absolutely remarkable that only 1 month after the earthquake, we can be here together. And I wanted to also express my sympathy for the victims of the earthquake. So I just wanted to come with one graph. I hope that you can kind of see it. And this graph, what is it? Have you ever seen it, by the way? Is there anyone in the audience that has seen this? Do you know what it is? It's, yes, thanks, Nick. It's simply the change in average temperature in Africa from 1910 to our time. And these are the data which are taken from Berkeley University. It has been made by the University of Reading. And I think that what's important is to see that since we are with a lot of students, your generation or our generation is all in the red here. And I think that everything that we do for ourselves and also when we, in our professional life, should be driven by these stripes. And also by, there's also a same thing for the biodiversity stripes that shows that this is like an really problem that needs to be tackled now and not tomorrow. So to come to your answer, Mariana, your question, I would say. Yes, of course, international collaboration is very, very important to solve this issue. And what it means from an insurance or reinsurance perspective is that we need to tackle the crisis in a different way. So we know, this is our institute that did it, that about 55% of the crisis, 60%, we know that they're going to happen. But 98% of the response is usually after the crisis and not thinking about the consequences of the crisis and preparing for it. So this is something that we are actively working on. I mean, there's many partnerships around the world to do that, to indeed prevent instead of cure. I think that the insurance industry is very well prepared for that because it can propose a lot of risk analysis and also the risk transfer associated to these risks. But I have to say, and because you were talking about the challenges and the opportunities, so the opportunity, I think, especially in the context of Africa, is that we're in a changing world. So where you have changes, you also have opportunities, growing population, urban density, the urbanization, which is also going to be huge. I mean, in 2050, this is 30 years from now, we will be 2.5 billion in Africa. But now where we could do better is in the protection gap. So basically, there is not enough people who are aware, and what it needs to be done is that we need to have like governments that also are better prepared, better aware of the risks. And this is something that we do with different cooperation agreements and models. For instance, there is one that I can think of, which is the Insurance Development Forum, where we have 22 countries that the industry, together with UNDP, who have decided to work actually on this tripartite agreement in order to look and to get some technical assistance and know better about the risks and also think about the transfer solutions associated to it.
Thank you. Chris, can you share a successful example of a global collaboration that United Renewables was part of?
Yeah, certainly, Mariana. Yeah, getting things built is really, really difficult. The further away from your home market you go, the harder it gets, the more international partnerships you need. So I'll give one example, which is one we've been working on very hard recently, which is the Caribbean. A place is very, very close to my heart, Barbados. Spent a lot of time there, and it really is a second home. And it was devastating to see the effects of climate change on it over the years, from the erosion of the shorelines, the storms taking out enormous parts of town. Actually, places that I loved as a child no longer existing anymore. It really was devastating. So came to the thought of, well, what can we do to help? There was a certain amount of solar being built. I thought, well, people are doing that anyway. What can we do that's really hard? Because we enjoy doing things that are really hard. And we were told that it was impossible to put up wind power in Barbados because you're in a hurricane zone. And we love the word impossible because we love challenging it. We were told it was impossible on the basis of like many metrics. First off, said it was planning. Well, we've talked about planning in section 1. We know how to deal with that. We can deal with that. We work with local partners, we can deal with that. Second one was grid. It's like, okay, we can deal with grid too. That's something else we got a bit of experience about. Then it came across to the particularities of the local region. One of them was finance. It was at the time materially more expensive to be financing things in Barbados than it was in the UK. The cost of capital was much higher. That's obviously makes things much more difficult. Another was insurance. We were told that it was impossible to get insurance on the island for winds because of hurricanes. It can be taken out at the time, so insurance will just walk away from it. And the last one was structure. Even if you get it built, a hurricane can come on in and lift all the stuff out and break it down for you. So it's thought, okay, impossible, well, challenging, but we'll take it on. So we went into our international partners, and first thing we did was, well, we went local, and we solved the planning and the grid issues with local partners there. That was fine. Then we went to international. We found a Japanese business, actually, that made a very, very intelligent tower for a turbine, with hinges at the bottom, and all you need to do is turn the nacelle around, so turn the pointy bits with the blades on it around, and take the hinge, lie it down on its back, put a cover over it, and tie it down with ropes. So if a hurricane comes in, you've got a pretty good chance of surviving it. So that was another one of the issues that we ticked off. With the insurance side, well, we stomped the streets of London to try and find an underwriter who would be creative and work with us. Part of the solution was also part of our planning problem, because the planning problem was one of scale. So we ended up going and getting a whole series of sites dotted around the island in good wind locations, and reducing the risk of a hurricane coming out and taking out multiples of them. So that gave the insurers some sort of comfort. Another part of comfort that we got was we put full turbines into bonded warehouses so that if a hurricane did take down one or two of them, we could then go and put them back up again quite quickly. So we ticked off all of those boxes on the operational getting it built side. Then took the next step back to our capital matching. Said, well, to get it financed, you need to have it cheap. One thing. So to get it cheap, we took down turbines from another part of the world, put up bigger turbines in their place, and took down the old units and put them onto Barbados. So we kept our costs very, very low, and then went through our normal network of friends and high net worth individuals who have liked and trust us, and we got it built. Now, I don't like the term global, but it's very appropriate in this case. To solve these big problems, you need to be global, and it is the future.
Thank you, Chris. Sanmate, what's the limitation and challenges of blended finance in the context of large global projects?
Sure. Before I answer, just clarification what blended finance means for those who don't understand. So there are two sources of capital, public or developmental finance, which is not necessarily seeking high financial returns, but is seeking high developmental returns or economic returns or social returns. And then there's the commercial capital, whether in form of equity or debt. The challenge is the kind of projects that climate mitigation or adaptation require. We do not have that kind of capital available in the public sector or developmental sector. My colleague mentioned $100 billion. So the G20 summit that just finished, the $100 billion is not the goal, it's the floor, it's the starting point. So the G20 nations have acknowledged that we need $3 to $4 trillion a year in the emerging economies. Now, where will that money come from? The World Bank's balance sheet is just $300 billion, right? So we have to go find institutional capital. Institutional capital, whether pension funds, insurance funds, that industry is more than $100 trillion right now. But they will not invest in risky projects and risky asset classes. And that's where blended finance comes in. So the role of developmental finance or public finance should be to not compete with commercial money, but to support commercial money in taking the risk out. So the World Bank says, and so does African Development Bank, so does European Investment Bank, they all say that we need to get a multiplier effect. For every dollar, euro that development finance puts in, commercial capital should put in $30, 30 euros, right? So if we don't get that 30 times multiplier effect, we're not going to be able to solve the climate problem. Now, in doing so, we've developed, so the question you ask, what are the sort of challenges and limitations, or I say even opportunities? The opportunities have to come from the word local that my colleague mentioned, that we have to create a risk register. Finance is all about addressing risks. The lower the risk factor, the more capital available and cheaper the capital. So we've created a library of risks, or more than 40 to 45 risks, and the context here is the green hydrogen sector. Right? It was mentioned in the previous panel. So India has announced 5 million tons a year target of green hydrogen. That will need $300 billion of capital spend. Now, where's that money going to come from? So first thing we did was partnered with investor community globally in 20 countries. And we've created a risk register where we mapped out every single category of macro risk or micro risk or systemic risk, value chain risk, technology risk, operational risk, so on and so forth. And then we've created a library of instruments, financial instruments and structures. More than 40 to 45 instruments have been created. Some are new and others are old and existing, but we need to create a new formula using these instruments. And our target goal is to deliver money at 6%, and at 6%, green hydrogen is bankable, investable. So that's where the $300 billion will start to mobilize. So go to markets, institutional markets, but try and de-risk their capital investment so that they find investing in long-term projects like green hydrogen attractive enough to move forward. So that's a key example of how blended finance can be a very, very powerful instrument.
Thank you, Sanmit. For time constraints, we're going to move to the last and fourth part of our panel discussion about the transition to a greener economy. And I have two questions, one for you, Eric, and then one last one for you, Jacob. So, Eric, how does Swiss Re support and finance, mitigation and adaptation initiatives?
So, I think that the key message there is that the insurance industry acts as a catalyst of all this green economy transition. What does it mean, a catalyst? It means that, as Chris was mentioning, you have like entrepreneurs, companies that are investing a lot of money in solar, wind, battery storage, and they're faced to finding bankers, financiers, institutional investors to invest in their projects. And the game is really all the time the same. It's what, if I invest, am I going to be getting the right return on investment? And will I get back my money, my initial capital? So the role of insurance companies there is really to provide this sense of security to those investors. And I think that this is something that is done consistently for mainstream projects. Can be like technologies which are very well known already, like hydroelectricity, for instance, but also to more challenging projects. Solar is not so challenging anymore, but although we could discuss about some of the risks, for instance, climate risks, because if you invest, for instance, 600 million or 1 billion in a solar plant, these are the size that you can find, for instance, in the US, but also in some countries in Africa. In Egypt, at the moment, there's like huge investments by EBRD, for instance, and private investors on that. Then you need to make sure that if there's a climate risk, for instance, hail, you have the strong back to be able to replace this type of investments. And then, so the insurance industry can also help in the transition also for new technologies. For instance, you have like, if you want to develop new technologies such as floating solar or battery storage, they are very capital intensive, and therefore you need to have also such kind of investments. I want to give you an example or two. One is, for instance, a project. It's a dam that we insured in Nepal. It's a big dam, 250 megawatts. And in 2015, it was like the project was already going on, financed by IFC. But in 2015, there was a 7.8 magnitude earthquake that destroyed part of the construction. There, the financier didn't want to come back. So they didn't manage to do the financial closing because actually the insurance companies were proposing a construction all risk, so to insure but with an exclusion, and this exclusion was an earthquake exclusion. And so there, the insurance companies we came with a financial innovation there, which was to propose a different types of product, which is called parametric cover, exactly to allow this kind of, so what it means is that based on the magnitude, you would have a payout that is being made to reimburse the lenders in case there's an earthquake. And that was accepted by banks. And through that, it allowed the construction of this hydro dam that was really important for Nepal. I think that these kind of examples show, in a nutshell, what we can do to support the green transition. And you have the same type of examples for battery storage and other types of projects.
Thank you, Eric. So, Jacob, as I said, my last question was to you. What economic benefits can countries expect by transitioning to a green economy?
Well, I think the first and most important benefit that countries will get from switching to the green economy is, to paraphrase what was already discussed, we will avoid opening the gates of hell completely. I mean, climate mitigation, the green agenda is really about avoiding that we not only become, on Eric's chart, living in the sort of deep red category, but that it becomes even darker and purple, and we have 3, 4, 5 degrees temperature increases globally. And so it's about avoiding a worse outcome. Now, of course, that's not necessarily something that moves minds or shifts votes and things like that. So much more concretely, what will countries and businesses and individuals get from shifting to the green economy? Well, we will get much cheaper energy. Right now, we are talking a lot about, and it is true that during the transition period, as we move away from fossil fuels and into renewable energies, the costs are higher. The technologies needs to be developed, invented, although I agree with what Sanmit said, a lot of the technologies are already available. But once we have shifted to the green agenda, once we have installed an adequate number of solar panels, windmills, and other non-fossil fuel reliant energy sources, the variable cost, we don't pay for the sun, we don't pay for the wind. And therefore, the marginal cost, the cost of energy will fall a lot. And then there is, I think, another advantage, which is not well understood, which is that, when we're talking about global energy supply, a lot of it has to do, we have oil exporting, gas exporting countries, and we have those countries that import. Well, a lot of that dynamic will go away. You can debate whether that's a political or an economic benefit. I would say it's probably both. Because what will happen in the green economy is that right now, a lot of people are talking about the issues of bottlenecks and critical minerals, who controls the global lithium supply and rare earths and things like that. There are many people who are worried about China's influence on these sectors. But the reality, I think, in the long run is, and there are even, by the way, some countries, particularly countries with large lithium supplies, they are saying, well, we should have the lithium equivalent of an OPEC, meaning a monopoly organization to control the supply of specific green minerals or green inputs to the green economy. Well, that will be extraordinarily difficult. I would actually go as far as to say I think that will be impossible in the future, because green minerals are not consumed in the process of producing the energy. They can be recycled. So if you have a monopoly that tries to put up the price of a given green mineral, you're going to incentivize and generate recycling as well as technological innovation into other green minerals. So we are going to go completely away from the sort of distinction in the long run, in the medium term, and by that I mean 10, 15 years from now, on this dependency on oil exporting, gas exporting countries and those who import. That will simply go away. And with it, a lot of the volatility of energy prices will also go away. Because not only, as I said, will energy prices become a lot cheaper, but the main reason for that is that the price of energy produced by renewables is essentially dictated by the pace of technological innovation. And we can debate whether the innovation curve or the cost curve looks like this or if it slopes down steeper. But in the long run, it falls. And that is probably the biggest economic long-run benefit that we will get from transitioning to the green economy. Thank you.
Thank you. As a way of closing this panel, I've asked each speaker to leave the audience, to leave you with a few words of wisdom. So I'm going to start with you, Eric. What would be your words?
I would say let's anticipate together the crisis and put insurance as part of the instruments that you use in the toolbox to change this.
Chris?
Thank you. Well, I will not give you my own words. I'll give you the words of President Barack Obama, who very profoundly said, we're the first generation to feel the impacts of climate change, but we're the last generation that can do something about it.
Thank you. How about you, Sanmit?
Practical advice would be to increase your investment readiness levels, right? If you want tens of billions of investment coming in the green economy, you have to step up to that and to play that game, and means understanding deep finance. So that is one very, very practical measure. Added to that, what was said before about technologies. Make technologies affordable, available, accessible, right? Very, very important point, and that will transform the green economy and be the change that you want to see in the world, in Gandhi's words.
Thank you, Sanmit. And Jacob?
No, I mean, I think, in many ways, climate change, the green agenda is a necessity. We have to do it, or really, really, really terrible things will happen. But I think we also need to embrace it as a fantastic opportunity. Because actually, one of the things that I didn't mention before when I was talking about the benefits that you get from embracing or adapting the green transition is we will live longer and healthier lives. We will get a much reduced air pollution in any urban area in the world. That alone is also something we should strive for. So I really think it's important to think of climate change not as something we have to do because we're forced to do it. It's an opportunity and an aspiration to embrace for literally a healthier, longer, and better life.
Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your interest throughout this session. As for the previous panel, we will be putting together a white paper with the key insights and discussion points we had the speaker today, and that will be published to this tremendous institution, UM6P. So thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stay in the room. We are starting the next discussion about high-level dialogues in entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Good evening. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you come closer, those who are in the back? We want you a little bit closer to us. You are very far away. Get closer to us. Please. Yes, that's great. Thank you. Very good. Very good, very good. Yes. World Bank expert, I'm professor, and I'm also senator, and I'm a writer, and I'm very pleased to be here. We welcome you to this event. It's an event on entrepreneurship and startups, and it's part of the Voice of Africa side event. It's an event organized as a side event for the annual meetings of the World Bank and also the IMF. So what we present here is the fruit of months of discussions and debates among investors, entrepreneurs, academics, and practitioners. So 2 roundtables were organized sometime in September 2023 by UM6P, Dev and Entrepreneurship and Venturing Center, and also by the Entrepreneurship of the Africa Business and the Center for Excellence and Innovation and Entrepreneurship of the Africa Business School of UM6P School, and that was like a few months ago. So the themes that we covered in those 2 roundtables are attracting global capital for a sustainable and inclusive startup ecosystem in Africa. And the second theme is unleashing Africa's market potential for a sustainable and inclusive entrepreneurship ecosystem. What we did in those 2 roundtables is we identified challenges. What are the problems standing in the way of having a good ecosystem for startups? What is standing in the way of actually having a market for entrepreneurship? And then we have also set up a few recommendations. And those recommendations are destined for people like you to understand them, but also for stakeholders. And those stakeholders are like the IMF, the World Bank, African governments, the African Union. All of these are stakeholders, but also the business communities within Africa. So this is high-level kind of dialogue, and these recommendations are here a call for action. We are here less to debate than to delineate actually a call for action. And what should be done? What are the next steps in order to make Africa this kind of landscape where there are all kinds of startups that create added value? Africa as a place for entrepreneurship for people like you, young people who are really actually looking forward to the future. So that's what we are going to discuss today with a number of guests who are really very important and very experienced kind of guests, everyone in their own domain. So prior to talking about these kinds of looking to the future, what are some of the things that we need to do in the future, we are going to go and review a little bit what has happened around those kinds of 2 issues. So I'm going to start with David Hayes, who is on my left here. And David, you are the director of UM6P, Africa Business School Center of Excellence for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. Welcome here. And as you know, Africa offers an extensive array of opportunities highlighted during the initial roundtables. Could you provide insights for the audience into the scale of these opportunities and the challenges to unleash Africa's market potential? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So I know you there, maybe I know you over there. How do I know you? In 2019, I arrived on this campus. I drove from Marrakesh. You would agree with me, right? A vibrant city. Great smells, great food, great people. I drove through the desert, a different landscape, and I arrived here and I said, maybe like you, wow. An amazing campus with amazing infrastructure and some awesome people. And I said, this is the place for me. Now, why do I tell this story, Lassen? I tell this story because of diversity. I look around us and I think about Africa. I'd ask you, how many of you are from Morocco? A large number of you would raise your hands. But then I'd ask you, how many of you from out Africa? And I bet I'd get a large number of hands for that answer too. The point of this is what? Africa is diverse. Africa is multicultural. Africa has many, many opportunities. And those opportunities are sitting here in the room. Pop quiz for you. Does Africa have the youngest population out of all the continents? Yes or no? The answer is yes, right? 60% of the population here in Africa under the age of 25. Why do we care? We care because we have a thriving economy and an opportunity to unleash the power of all of your brains. So the ability now to take this continent and then really to grow it. So when I look at the different opportunities, think about the different cultures, the different things that we offer each other, our religion, our different pieces. We talk about economics. We're growing like crazy. By 2025, $2.5 billion worth of opportunity here. We talk about the people. We talk about trade opportunities amongst each other. Currently now, trade is very low, could be very high. And at the end, we look at gender opportunities. All of those are opportunities. They are challenges also. And we're going to talk about some of those challenges for today. So the context is this. You are sitting in UM6P at the heart of change. And that change now can help transform not only Morocco, but throughout Africa. We consider all of our opportunities, we overcome our challenges. Thank you, Lassen.
Thank you very much. And one of the things, thank you. Yes, great applause to David. Because what David said is like, there is great potential in Africa. There is great potential in this kind of room. And that potential we need to unleash, we need to liberate. But if we want to liberate that kind of potential, there are a few things that we need to do, that we need to talk about. One of them is capital. We need to talk about capital. Capital is important. And that's why we are really pleased to have Yassine with us. And Yassine Lgziwi, you are CEO of UM6P Ventures and Director of Entrepreneurship and Venturing at Mohammed VI Polytechnic University. So my question to you, what opportunities and challenges have emerged regarding the attraction of global capital in investment and the investments in Africa that ensure a sustainable and inclusive startup ecosystem? What kind of capital there? What is there? What is possible for Africa to attract in terms of capital? Floor is yours. Take mine.
It's okay. Yeah, it's
working.
Yeah, I think it's working. So it's very hard to take the
floor.
You
can also stand up if you want to.
I'm not as good as David. It's super hard to take the floor afterward. But I mean, let me do it the normal way. So I think that we should acknowledge this current state of affairs. Venture capital in Africa, while promising, is still facing many types of challenges, ranging from risk appetite to market perception and many other pathologies that I'm going to talk about later. And from our seat at UM6P and UM6P Ventures, we've noticed firsthand that there are many amazing opportunities there waiting for investment that sometimes never come. And I think that the combination between the structural challenges that David talks about and the ones that I'm going to talk about later, and the current downturn and economic crisis has even made things worse. And I think that today we need to sharpen our call of action, as you said, and we need to do it urgently. So to go back to your question about what are the challenges we're facing so far and what kind of solutions we can think about, I think if we start about the first important one is market fragmentation. I think that Africa is more than 50 countries. With each one, it's unique set of cultural norms, consumer behavior, laws, regulatory regulations, etc. And I think this diversity is a strength, but it's also a big challenge for any startup that wants to scale cross-border. And so I'll give you an example. If you're a health tech startup in Morocco and you want to scale to Egypt or to Ghana or to Kenya, it should be easy, isn't it? But it's actually very hard because you find different types of payments mechanism, different types of regulations. And it's like
currency problems as well.
Currency problems as well. So it's like starting a new venture.
Right.
So if you want to scale to 3 countries, it's like starting 3 ventures actually, which is super hard for any startup. So, and I think that the problem scares investors away because one of the most important criteria for any investor is the size of the market. So if you have only 1.4 billion market that is untapped, it means that the investor is going to go away.
So they go to bigger markets.
They go to bigger, easier markets.
Easier markets. Right.
Because, you know, the first criteria as a VC, after the team, of course, is what is the size of the market? If it's 30 or 50 million, that's not enough. I want to see what this 1 billion market look like. And so I don't want to talk only about the challenge. I think there are many ways we can overcome this challenge. One way is to design a cross-border process to simplify scaling for startup. Another part of the solution is always to work, public and private actors, they need to work together to pave the way towards a unified regulations within few of the African countries. I'm not saying that the whole continent should be the same, but we can start by few countries that are willing, that have the ambition to build the bigger markets. And I think another way to solve this problem is for us VCs to strengthen our collaboration so any startup in our portfolio can benefit from our support when we are in the sub-region. For instance, if I partner with a VC in Egypt, if a startup in his portfolio wants to expand to Morocco, it's going to be easy for them because they have me as a support.
Right.
So, and I think very quickly, I'm going to talk about 2 other challenges that we're facing. Maybe the skills workforce, the skilled workforce. I think this is a big problem we have because
mismatch between the 2.
Exactly. I mean, I think that we're producing graduates, but there is a big mismatch between the needs of the startups and the skills they possess.
The skills that they...
Exactly. So
and we are doing something about it here because we are actually like forming them and training them with the right skills right here at this university.
Exactly. One of the solutions, I mean, there are many types of solutions. The first one, the easiest, is to say to these educational institutions, you need guys to try to align your curricula with the needs of the startups.
Yes.
There is another way, which is more aggressive and proactive, which is the one that we're doing at UM6P. So we're trying to build support programs for anyone who wants to transform their ideas into real businesses. And we are super proud to say that 50% of the founders that are supported by our programs are students. So there is no better way to learn entrepreneurship than being a real entrepreneur. So another challenge I'm seeing, and it's super important, and that we discussed during the round table, is related to the regulatory hurdles. I think regulations in the African continent are not consistent at all.
And if you allow me, we're going to touch upon those kinds of regulations I mean, like, keep that thought because I'm going to come back to you and then we'll talk more about it because I have Michael who is waiting to talk about regulation also, like legal environment. But before I give the floor to Michael, and thank you, Yassine, is that one of the things that you covered also, I think that this idea of mismatch between the skills and what the startups need is very important thing. And I'm glad that this university is doing a lot about that, and the fact that you have incubators and accelerators, and you take the ideas of students and then you build them into that. That's the perfect way to go about it. But there is something also that you covered, and it's a very important thing, is the data. You said in the roundtable that there is not enough information. You want to do a startup, there is not much information about consumer behavior, about the market, about who are people in the market. A lot of data that is missing. There is some of it, but there is not much data. And so the gap in terms of data hinders actually the work of startups and also investors and all of that. So that's a question for you, Irene. Irene, you are head of entrepreneurship at Chemonix Egypt. You are an expert in clean technologies, market analysis, policy, and incubation programs. So you have a lot of experience in this. Can you tell us a little bit about this question of data? How can we overcome the problem of access to data for startups in Africa?
So if I can just start by asking the audience who here is an entrepreneur or thinking about starting a business or working on a graduation project for a new business idea.
Irene, can you get the microphone to your, because they cannot.
Yes,
they cannot.
If you can raise your hand. Okay. Wow, that's a big percentage. You're an entrepreneur? I didn't know that. Oh, okay. Me too. Okay, so how many of you really struggle with, as you mentioned, actually finding the data that you need to understand the business opportunity, to understand where the investment is, to understand your competition? It's the same number of people, so 100% of those that want to start a business, or 90%, so nothing is absolute, actually struggle with access to data. And I just want to share with you a really interesting study that we worked on last year ahead of COP27 at Chemonix Egypt. It was a self-funded study. We were very curious to know, what are the challenges that particularly clean tech enterprises and startups face in Egypt and in Africa? But the surveyed sample, we asked 150 startups and SMEs working in agriculture, food, renewable energy, water management. We asked them what some of their major challenges were. And ironically, access to finance was in the bottom 10. And the top three challenges that were mentioned, access to market data was actually number 2 and number 3. And we see this over and over again, not just in Egypt, but in all the countries that we've worked with, in Morocco, in Tunisia, in Zambia. This keeps coming up. We've worked with more than 2,000 startups, more than 400 SMEs, and this issue of access to data keeps coming up. And I just want to say that what was also a very, very interesting finding is that to compensate, a lot of these startups are actually investing in their own R&D internally.
They invest in what?
In their research and development.
Right.
And what we found is that startups in the clean tech sector invest between 40% to 50% of the revenues on R&D to compensate for lack of market data. And this is bigger, this is double what pharmaceutical companies, for example, invest in for R&D. So startups are investing in obtaining this market data themselves. And I have to say the onus is really on the market enablers, I would say the international partners, the investors, the government, public entities, non-profits, to provide this data as they do in developed countries. So for example, if you're a fintech company, you need to have data about the percentage of internet penetration in your country. You need to have data about how many people are using credit cards and the growth. Not just in 2020 and then not after that. So if you're a waste management company, if you're a recycling company, you need to know what waste is being generated, by what quantities, and what's the quality of this waste. How can you build your business model in recycling if you don't know what are the different waste streams and the rate of growth in these waste streams?
And Irene, what could we do in relation to Africa? For example, we are talking here about Africa. What is one of the solutions that we need to?
The market enablers, and I've seen this, we've worked closely with the GIZ, for example, with the World Bank, with the IFC, with UNIDO. We need governments, international partners, and the private sector need to provide data on markets for startups that is accessible and affordable. Unfortunately, these researches are usually locked up in some drawer in some public entity, and they're not. And startups and SMEs have to pay hundreds of dollars to be able to access this data.
So you think that, for example, like a platform of
exactly.
data for African countries?
Open source platform of market data on the different regions in Africa about consumer trends, about the prices of different types of products, about
updated all the
competition,
time.
that is constantly updated, that has a clear owner, and that is affordable and accessible to startups and MSMEs.
Right, that's a great idea. And you understand that. It's like a big kind of platform of data on consumer behavior, on different kinds of businesses, marketing possibilities. I mean, like different kinds of information about like the infrastructure, about who uses what. All of that is important for startups. So that's a very interesting idea. That's a very good idea. That's why if you want to do that, then there are hurdles. Some of those hurdles are legal hurdles. As Yassine said, I mean, there are different kinds of countries doing different kinds of stories and all of that. So, Michael, you are acting manager at the International Finance Corporation of the World Bank Group. And so, can you tell us how can businesses effectively address these challenges, which are multifaceted, that arise when engaging in international operations? If you want to do a platform for Africa, then that's an international operation. Are there any kind of legal ramifications for that? I mean, how can we navigate a complex landscape like that? How do we overcome infrastructure issues? Like what Egypt does is not like what Morocco, what Ghana, what Senegal do, and all of that. How can we ensure compliance with regulatory kind of requirements across borders? What is your take on that?
Thank you, Lassen. You said I'm allowed to stand up, right?
Yes, you are.
Okay, all right.
And you can go close to the audience if you
Okay.
want to.
Yeah, and thank you, Irene, for asking the question. I was also wondering how many of you here are actually aspiring entrepreneurs, and I can see quite a few of you. So, great. And I'm also one of them. And because of that, I also know almost every step of the way in your endeavor, there is legal, regulatory challenges that you need to address. Yassine, would you agree? You had a long list of legal and regulatory issues that you wanted to mention. So yes, there are many things. Starting from the day you think of, okay, how am I going to register my business? And where am I going to get my business licenses? Or is it actually the activity that I can do in my jurisdiction? And then how am I going to access capital? How am I going to move my goods in and out of the borders? The issues of legal and regulatory challenges that you are going to be faced with is endless. On the global scale, there are a number of regulatory initiatives that are trying to help on the cross-border challenges that Lassen, you mentioned. In this continent, comes to my mind some of the regional blocs having common market initiatives, be it the West Africa, Eastern African blocs, SADC. Sorry, there are a lot of alphabet soups, but ECOWAS, SADC, those are the ones trying to have a customs unions so that you can move goods more easily. You also have OHADA, which is the attempt to have business laws to be harmonized. So that's another way of tackling the regional integration. And then you also have currency, the currency harmonization that you can see in the case of West African Monetary Union or Central African Monetary Union.
That's
right?
the CF. The
CFA, yes, the CFA blocks, right? So those different initiatives exist in the attempt to address different kind of challenges of market access that Larsen, you were mentioning earlier. I just wanted to tackle one more regulatory issue that Irene just mentioned on the data. So we have been hearing a lot about open banking, and it's part of the discussion around, okay, how do we help access data for emerging fintech companies or newly formed financial institutions to grow faster? The issues here is a balancing act of encouraging the competition by allowing the access to data so that newcomers can enter the market, but then also making sure that the data, especially the personal data, are properly protected. So there have been different models. The ones that we often come across are the regulatory approach. People look at the model from EU, UK, Canada, India, Brazil. They try to regulate. And then you have United States. They say, okay, we are going to have it industry-led. So let's the industry self-regulate. And then we have somewhere in between countries like Singapore, Japan, trying to encourage the model of co-creation. So it's a new regulatory area that all the governments are still grappling, and we are trying to see how we are going to go. And then the final point to last and answer your last question on, okay, what can business do? I'd say, first, be informed. Business compliance is your business, so be informed. And also advocate. If something is not working, advocate for change. And then also engage. There are a lot of different ways that you can be part of the policy dialogue. So please do engage.
Thank you. And that's very important. Do engage, be informed, advocate, but also one important thing that Michael talked about is like regional integration. And there are success stories about regional integration, like in West Africa, in Central Africa, in East Africa, and all of that. Unfortunately, in North Africa, we don't have like regional kind of integration and economic integration, which will open the market. There is the Agadir Convention, which involves like Morocco and Tunisia and Egypt and Jordan, but it is only in trade, but there is not much integration. But that's also a potential there that we need to go to. So now what we have covered, we understand the market, the fragmentation of the market, access to data is very important, legal and enabling environment, how can we like make integrated kind of regional markets and all of that, but we need now to talk about like to set up the startup and also to scale it up. And we have like two very experienced people for this. We have with us Omar, who is Managing Director of Al-Medda Venture Capital, and we have Youssef, who is co-CEO and co-founder of Yola Fresh. And I want to ask you the question of funding, but at different kinds of level. I want to ask you, Omar, about like what specific strategies and resources are essential to support startups in their funding at various stages of development. We know that those stages are intricate, and we know that you can go from the idea and then you may reach like higher level, but sometimes you don't. What are the possibilities? What is there for that kind of funding? How can you promote the growth while mitigating risks in collaboration with both public and private sector? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Good afternoon, everyone. Quite an exciting panel, and before I dive into the questions, I have to commend whomever built this building because it's very, very inspiring, and a round of applause for whomever put this together because we're all proud as Moroccans and Africans. Coming back to your question, I think there are quite a few things to unpack there. Some of the initiatives that have happened specifically in Morocco since 2017 by La Caisse Centrale de Garantie have initiated, if you will, a new era for startup funding in Morocco because entrepreneurship has existed for the longest time, and Moroccans, Arabs, and Africans in general, Berbers are traders, and we know how to do business. And so just to focus on what has worked and perhaps may not have worked on the funding side, what we noticed is that there is a mindset shift towards going towards entrepreneurship because there is more resources, there is more funding, there is more people talking about entrepreneurship. And so, you know, going from grants, from loans that are forgivable, going into ideation that's sponsored by specific organisms here in Morocco, or in some instances in other places around the continent, has catalyzed growth in entrepreneurship. So that's a good signal, right? And so there are public initiatives that have sponsored this type of initiative, and one of the key KPIs that's measured today is from a taxpayer perspective, how much is a dirham contributing to society as a whole, and that's something that la Caisse Centrale de Garantie, and now through the new branding, have been tracking and continue to track. Now, as part of that innovation and the way we deploy that capital to the society, a number of things a number of questions have been addressed. One is, where do we come in? Do we come in at the ideation level? Do we go through universities? Do we go through investors? Do we go through angel investors? Early growth? Do we go post-seed? Do we go post-Series A? And it's really hard to answer the question without looking at the numbers. And so if you look at the numbers, the program sponsored by the World Bank actually focused essentially on ideation and pre-ideation, right? And the grants. And then came a time where, and they're also focused on sponsoring VC funds that were invested in pre-seed and seed, right? So there was a public-private partnership that incentivized foreign investors to come in and to contribute to the development of this strengthening of the value chain in VC investments. What may have not worked as much is what happens when a startup raises seed funding. And so in other markets, what we've seen is that there are incentives today through Startup Acts, whether it's in Tunisia, whether it's now in Francophone-speaking West Africa, in South Africa. There are technical assistances for companies that have successfully raised seed rounds, right? And so if you are a seed round, you raised money from an accredited investor, why don't we give you access to an envelope that continues to fuel your access to talent, your access to technology, your access to the possibility to conduct R&D. Maybe it's just by having access to a professor's time. Maybe it's access to an expert in a specific area. And so for me, that's a key enabler that will continue to strengthen that chain of funding and financing entrepreneurship. Another area that I would love to start seeing in the market is to how we train and enable investors. How do you even become an investor in a startup, right? We don't learn that at school. We teach you about the concepts of capital markets, risk management, investing in a companies or corporate finance. But to raise, manage, and deploy capital is another game. And so how do we learn this game? So I would love to see, here again, public initiatives sponsoring, incubating general partners that will become VC investors tomorrow, right? So for me, that's another aspect that we could work on with our partners, whether it's the World Bank, the IFC, and other development finance institutions around the world, because they've done it. Now to go back to the other question that you asked on how do we improve funding for startups, and what type of funding, right? So today, we rely heavily still on international investors coming to the markets to invest in our ideas. But on the macro level, and we've seen it this year, the market is down 80% from last year. So it's risky to rely heavily on international institutions. One of the key pain points that at our level we're trying to solve is how do we convince corporates to start, local corporates to start...
National corporates.
Sorry?
National corporates.
National corporates to start investing in this segment of innovation. And so in other markets, one way to solve for that is to issue and create warrants. So if you want to do business with me, I'm a corporate, you're a startup, you have a great product, I have the mindset, I'm not talking about me, I'm just talking theoretically, I have the ability to go hire someone to do it for me. But it will take me more money, it will take me more time. And you have a product that's potentially available and quick to implement. So there might be an opportunity to create a warrant where you issue a warrant, I give you business, and the more successfully you grow that partnership, the more value I create for you, and therefore the shares that I will get and that will vest over time will be valuable. So it's a win-win situation. But there's no framework today in our markets where these warrants are possible.
Possible, yeah. And do you think that, like, for example, a startup act in Morocco will be like something to go? I mean, like, do we have a startup act? I mean, like, is the law, I mean, like, enabling? I mean, like, is the tax situation, I mean, like, helping? That's a million-dollar question, right?
You're trying to open a can of worms here, but there is a lot there to talk about. There are initiatives that are happening. I think I would love to see a startup act shaping up and becoming a reality. There are a lot of issues to be addressed. On the funding side, to my point on international investors not necessarily looking to deploy their dollars or euros in local currency. They want to keep it outside of our markets, African markets. So most companies today are obliged to set shop in international jurisdictions, whether it's Delaware or Luxembourg or Netherlands, and so on and so forth. And that's a loss for us. It's a loss for us as a local society. And so there could be a lot of incentives to be had there.
Okay.
One of them, if I may, since we're in a campus of R&D and Polytechnique, tax credits. If we just incentivize R&D, instead of people sending their talent or getting very excited about getting a visa to go somewhere else, the incentive might be diluted if we had access to tax credits here for the good of the local campuses, communities, and countries where those innovations are created and developed.
Thank you very much. And these are very great ideas. These are very great ideas about how to unleash actually this startup kind of ecosystem in Morocco and also in African countries. The Startup Act is very important. Like how, I mean, like we can enable this kind of initiatives, innovation. How do we attract investors? Training investors is very important. Having the kinds of tax credits, leveraging the possibilities of national kind of capital. Why can't we have like the corporations here in Morocco and also in African countries be there, I mean, like for innovation? And then how can we encourage them? I think they want to do it. We just need to go there. We need to find the kind of laws, we need to find the kind of incentives and also tax incentives. Work with places like this beautiful university, this kind of forward-looking university in order to be able to do that. Thank you, Si Omar. I want to go to you, Youssef, and I remind the audience that you are co-CEO and co-founder of UM6P, which is really great startup and then being very successful. What I want you to do, to walk us through is like what's the approach of scaling up startup in Africa? I mean, like the complexity and diversity of local markets and the challenges related to maintaining a strong local market presence and attracting investors. How, within that kind of thicket of complexities, how do you scale up? What is your take on that?
I mean, this is a really good question. And I mean, first of all, I really loved what Yassine said, what Irene said, what Michael and Omar as well, where I feel that as an entrepreneur and as a founder, I mean, you go through all those complexities. I mean, one of the biggest complexity you could have when you're thinking big and you really want to scale in a market like Africa, I mean, honestly, you don't wake up in the morning and say, hey, you know what? Hey, I want to launch in Africa or I want to launch in a different country and then just do it. It's a really well thought out process and then a kind of complex one. So if you allow me, guys, I mean, I will just share with you the experience that I had in different endeavors that I had and as well in UM6P. We started the business from day one thinking that we are going to scale in different markets. So the biggest question, I mean, how fragmented the market is. Is it really difficult? Is it an open market? Is it really like, I would say, outside company friendly, or is it a closed market? But one of the things that we started to see more and more is people are thinking about Africa, and then they think that this is one market. And a founder that would be pitching investors and saying, hey, in year 3, I will go to Africa and then I will do X $1 million and then this how I will be valued and so on. The minute they start to challenge and double click in this one, this is where if they haven't prepare those questions, such as, okay, you build technology. Is your technology reliable? Is your technology usable in the auto market? So that's the first thing. Second thing, you are like the champion in the local market. So you found the perfect recipe to solve a local solution. How much of this solution are you taking away with you and then implementing in the foreign country? How are you going to do? So how big is the localization gonna take from your local solution? And localization is from the technology, but also from the governance point of view. So you have a way, you created a culture in the startup, in the company, and then there is a kind of governance, and then you know how to delegate, you know how people will be doing things. How are you going to be remotely managing this? How are you going to seed the culture that you created in this in this first success story, and then you want to take it abroad? So those are the things that if you don't think it out, if you don't start to work them, start to implement them, test them, you would be severely deceived and then thinking that, hey, Africa is an untapped market, let's go there and I'm gonna be super successful. So this is something that we should definitely be paying attention to.
That's very, very, very good point. And I want to go to something which is also equally important, is like the ecosystem itself. I mean, like, how can the ecosystem cooperate between themselves? This is for you, Yassine. I mean, like, what do we see in Africa? Is there more cooperation in the ecosystem? Do people like talk to each other? Do the different kinds of people concerned with the startup ecosystem, do they talk to each other? Do they cooperate? Or is that something that we need to facilitate and enable?
Achieving sustainable and inclusive startup ecosystem in Africa is it's not just an ideal, it's a necessity for long-term success. And I agree with you. I mean, this cannot happen without a well-coordinated efforts among all actors.
Right.
The stakeholders, the main stakeholders that we can list, the first one is the investors, the second are regulators or governance bodies, and the third are the startups themselves, which are at the heart of the startup ecosystem. And if we start thinking about how investors should think about investment, I think investment is not about powering money in the balance sheets of the startups. It's more about creating value that goes beyond the financial profits. Right. And I think that social responsible investing is gaining traction. Right. It's gaining traction because I'm seeing more and more investors trying to consider the triple bottom line, which is the people, the planet, and the profit. So I think that's from the point of view of the investors, they need to be part of the whole ecosystem if they want to succeed. The second, maybe stakeholder and its role, I think that's, I talked about regulations during the first intervention. I think that government bodies have a dual role, which is they need to play the facilitator role, but also the regulator, which is a super intricate role to play. But it's crucial for sustainability and inclusivity. And I think one way they can tackle the question is by maybe building regulatory sandboxes where the startups can test and try their solutions, and they can just try and error without the burden of the regulatory compliance.
So if you explain it to the audience, these sandboxes are spaces where they can grow and there are no taxes, we let them free for a little bit, they grow, they develop wings and all of that, and then we can come and say, okay, now we can tax you, right?
Exactly.
Is that what you mean by sandbox?
You're super good in explaining. So, so it's like a safe space. You feel safe because you can try things without someone coming to tell you this is not legal.
Right.
So you can try things. And it's a win-win situation because both the regulator and the startup and the investor.
And can we do that in universities, for example?
Yes, we would love to host such an initiative, of course. Because it's not only a physical space, it's like a
virtual space.
It's also a virtual space, but we need to anchor it, and the university would be super happy to host it. And finally, I just want to say that also the startups, of course. The startups are the heart of the ecosystem, and we're starting to see shifts in their mindset. They're now considering themselves not as just businesses, but as solution providers for the most pressing challenges of the...
Because generally startups, they are there to provide solutions. They bring innovations to provide solutions two specific kinds of problems,
Yeah,
right?
Exactly, exactly. So yeah, they bring solutions, and it's both a business case and it's also brings impact and creates value.
Right, right.
And so to talk about collaboration, I think that it's achieving a sustainable ecosystem here in Africa is a very difficult task. However, I think if we do it together, we're gonna make it happen. And I don't know if you know, there is an African proverb, I think originally from Burkina Faso, that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together.
Together, right. Did you get that? If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. So do we want to go together or not? Yes, yes. So this idea, this is very important. I mean, like, stakeholders need to speak to each other. They need to coordinate between each other. There is a balance that needs to be. But also, they need to understand, I mean, like, that profit is important, but so is social responsibility as well of the business. That's why I'm looking at you, Irene, because I know you're versed in this kind of domain of social responsibility. Can you talk about that? How can you, as a startup, like, make that kind of balance between the fact that you want to do something, you want to make profit, you want to please the investors, but at the same time, you have some sort of social responsibility. Can you speak to that, please?
Yes, I have a three-step process that I think...
I like three-step processes, by the way.
Three, all good things come in threes.
Three-step process, okay.
But step zero, before we start with the three-step process, is to realize that social impact and profitability, it's not a trade, like it's not a trade-off. They come in hand, and this is just the way the world is moving towards. We're thinking about impact, we're thinking about ESG, environment, social governance, and the business case is there. So I would say we need to start with the realization that it's not a trade-off, it's not a fight between the two. The first step is really, and again, going back to data and being data-driven, data-driven decision-making, I think the first step is really to start by actually measuring the impact of certain social initiatives and environment initiatives on the bottom line, and measuring it systematically. This is really, really key. Unfortunately, we've worked with hundreds of factories, we've worked with hundreds of SMEs. Unfortunately, we're still only thinking about profitability as a bottom line, and we're not really thinking about how aspects like integrating women, integrating vulnerable communities, powering your operations with renewable energies. We're not thinking about that, but or measuring the impact of that.
Irene, do you think there is a business case? For example, let's take women integration in. Do you think that there is a business case to be made for the integration of women? What is it?
So step number 2 is to actually also start by working on areas where there is a business case for social, environmental, and governance integration. So for example, if it's really, really clear that through integrating women in management teams and on your board and in your governance structure, and also doing things like, in some factories in Egypt, for example, there isn't a washroom for women, let alone a daycare center or, a cafeteria, etc. So there needs to be focus on building the business case in areas where social integration is really affecting the bottom line. There are things like, powering with renewable energy. It's not just anymore, the economic case is there, but it's also in many countries in Africa, there's a business case for reducing downtime.
Right.
There's a business case for electrifying your vehicle. So it's important that we start by measuring, identifying where this overlap is, measuring the business case for it, going beyond, corporate social responsibility, and which is also important, but the business case is not always there. And the third point I think is really important.
If you can make it quick, because we're like, what, 6 minutes behind, 7 minutes behind?
The third point is it doesn't have to be perfect. I know our markets, it's not easy to be able to build a business case. It's not easy to always have the resources to quantify the business case. But as we say in Arabic, ما لا يدرك كله ما يترك كله.
ما لا يدرك كله ما لا يدرك.
So if it doesn't have to be perfect, doesn't have to be comprehensive, but at least start by
something,
by quantifying and start by something, which is important, I think, for many of our African.
Thank you very much. That's a great point, and that's a balance that you need to strike. Yes, great. Big applause for Irene. But also, there is something, Michael, I'm gonna keep you for the last because you're gonna say something very important at the last. So I'm gonna skip you and then go to Siaomar and Yusuf. And I wanna talk about exit strategy. Exit strategy, you start, like you make a startup, but I mean, like as an investor, you don't wanna stay with the startup for a long time. At one moment when it makes money and all of that, you want to exit and then leave the startup. You wanna sell. That's what it means, like exit strategy. But it's not easy. There are people who choose to do that. There are other people who don't choose. We have with us a founder, and we have also an investor. So they're going to give us like the 2 points of view about like how to do the exit strategy. If we can start with you, Siaomar.
It's a very important question to us as investors. It's part of our investment criteria. Do we believe or not that the company that we're talking to has the potential to generate a certain multiple on our invested amount? And so if you're a seed company, you have a different risk profile as if you are a Series A or Series B or Series C company. And so those multiples evolve, the exit multiples evolve based on the level of maturity that you've achieved and how much you've de-risked the business since starting it. And so from a strategy perspective, this happens before investment, right?
That's a good one.
It happens before investment, and we
sorry to interrupt you, because most people don't do that actually. They don't think about the exit strategy. They say we'll do that later. But the smart ones will do it like at the very beginning, right?
We strive to do it before. We'll see if it works, but it has worked to some extent, and we need to build conviction. And how do we build conviction? We build conviction by first seeing if there are companies in other markets that have, thanks to this, similar business models, a similar go-to-market strategy, a similar team construction, achieved significant results and have gone beyond and were able to be valued at a number of hundreds of millions of dollars, right? And so just to give you an example that's more concrete, if you're a seed company, if I don't think I can make 15x on my money, I probably will not invest. Then begs the question on valuation, right? How do you value a business, and what type of exit would make sense based on that valuation, right? And I was talking to David over lunch earlier, and so is it value for the founder or is it value for the investor? And when you start a business as an entrepreneur, do you think about what fiduciary responsibility do you think of? Do you think of your family first, or do you think of your investors first? Or both?
Isn't there a situation where both of them will be served? Gagnant, win-win?
It is, but it's a mindset. You have to believe it. Right. You have to do the right thing for both sides. And arguably, philosophically, if you're an investor, you understand that you're only going to be there for a certain period of time. A financial investor, that is. Not a strategic investor who may be there forever. But if you're a founder and you want to address a key pain point through a solution that you've built and imagined and was sponsored by, arguably that business is supposed to live on for the longest time. Right? You're here to build something meaningful and sustainable. And so as investors, we want to be part of that journey, and we have a responsibility to give that money back to our investors as well. Right? So we build our exit conviction based on all of these components.
Yes, thank you. Those are very, very valid points. Like Yusuf, you are from the other side.
The other side, but playing in the same team. Because again, when you're a founder, raising funds or having dollars in a bank account, it's not a goal per se. Dollars at this point of time is just a resource that you are using to reach the solution. Correct. So basically, at a certain point, you as a founder, you are also selling something. So you're selling something to an investor. So if you don't understand what the investor is buying, how they are thinking, how they are processing the information, and how they are taking the decision, obviously you may be just selling something that is not having the right value. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, but help me with this. Both of you and Siaomar are sitting down and then talking about like a startup. You are the founder, he's the investor, and all of that. And you are talking about like 5 years from now.
Absolutely.
How can you decide about an exit strategy 5 years from now?
And that's the thing, because what we say, what got you here won't take you there. And that's the thing, is especially when you're talking about launching a startup and then raising funds, you raise them with different stage funds. So there will be funds for the pre-seed, the seed, Series A, Series B, and then different players, different type of messages, different multiples they're looking for. So you need actually to be adapting your message, even though it's super early on. So for example, and then I'll take my own example. Yes, when we raised our first round, even though it was a pre-seed, we had actually to discuss, we did our homework and said, you know what? We identified that those guys might be able to expand in Africa, and then they would be looking for a regional player. We would be ready at that time to be acquired. Or, you know what? We could actually scale and then become big enough that we are acquiring the small companies. So basically, it is an exercise that you cannot discount in any discussion with an investor, and then you have to take it into consideration.
So the key message is do your homework.
Absolutely, and know your figures.
Do your homework if you want to be an entrepreneur. Omar, you want to add something?
Yeah, I want to.
Thank you, Yusuf. Yes. Omar.
Since we're in the spirits of making recommendations, I would love for all of us to think about how can we incentivize the big money holders to start thinking about acquiring startups? Or how do we think about allowing startups to list in a public, in a stock market, whether it's here, whether it's somewhere else in Africa, but what type of incentives can we put in place to help bring liquidity to the market?
To the market, right.
Because it will continue to have a domino effect. It will encourage people to continue to allocate some of their assets into this asset class.
And do you think, and that's the last question before we move to Michael, and do you think that the market here in Morocco or probably in Egypt and other places, is it mature for this kind of thing? I mean, like there is people are looking for those. For example, I have my son in Dubai. They have an idea. They're working on it now. They're already talking about to people who want to help them and then acquire it later when it gets. I mean, like, do we have that kind of maturity here?
It's up to us to build it.
To build it, yeah.
We have to build it, and we have to start somewhere. And it starts with the belief in and conviction. There are examples. One of them is the one you just cited. We see that day in and day out as part of our operations. But we need to have a discussion and involve everyone to make sure that
happens.
Find a way to make it possible.
Right. Thank you very much. So now we have covered, yes, great applause. So, I mean, like we covered like most of the aspects actually of startup and innovation. I mean, like in terms of collaboration, the market fragmentation, like capital, how to build your exit strategy, and also how you become also like socially responsible while you are making profit. Those are very important things. So I want to, before we end with David, I want also Michael to tell us something. And by the way, there is another session coming. Remind me to remind you of the other session that is coming like in a few minutes. But I mean, Michael, can you tell us a little bit about the best practices I mean, like what kind of, I mean, like successful initiatives and key strategies implemented that have made a significant impact on the African entrepreneurship ecosystem? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
I will try. It is not easy. But before coming to that, and related to this, I wanted to also comment on the reference to the Startup Act that you mentioned earlier. Just so that we walk away with a little bit of a demystification of the Startup Act, I wanted to say first that there is no single package called the Startup Act. Right? It is a different legal regulatory incentive package put together in the context of different countries. So the Startup Act in Tunisia will be very different from Startup Act in Senegal, for example. So they are all very tailored. There are certain elements that are common, but just wanted to let you know that it is not a single single product. Every country needs to go through the thinking of what works for that particular country at that particular maturity of the entrepreneurship in a certain point in time. And they evolve. In case of Tunisia, I think they are talking about Startup Act 2.0. So it is an evolving tool to create an enabling environment. I would put a little bit of less emphasis on fiscal incentives. Having worked as a part of the World Bank Group and IMF, I have not met a government that said, oh, I have plenty of money to spend and I'm ready to give it to you. Right? So it's always the conscious efforts in thinking, where can I be most impactful if I were to give up this tax revenue? Right? So that's an important one to consider.
And you have 1 minute to answer my question.
Yes. So in terms of a successful initiative, unfortunately, my first point is going to be, it depends on the country, depends on the maturity of that particular market. I think Omar already mentioned Invest in Morocco, which was considered a game changer here in Morocco to bring startup ecosystem to another level. But now we want something else, right? So it evolves. So what I can say is how to build better initiatives. First, invest in analytics, get the data, understand the ecosystem, and it is evolving. You need to be ready for flexibility, and then make sure you engage with all the stakeholders necessary.
So that's called collaboration, right? So collaboration is important.
Absolutely.
Very, very important. And that's a very good way to transition to our friend David. And David, you have developed like some sort of collaborative model. I mean, that's what models and approaches have been developed to facilitate and enhance collaborative efforts in the implementation of such recommendations?
Great question. But because I'm a professor,
yes,
I'm going to answer you.
You have something to show.
I think we have something to show, yes, but I'm going to answer your question with a question. Okay. Don't you hate this? What do the following things have in common? Incubators, accelerators, startups, entrepreneurs, NGOs, government entities, and academics. You heard it earlier. They're all stakeholders in the ecosystem. Okay? Now, if you're to line them all up and you ask a question and you give an answer and you go from one to the next, passing the information on, what's the chance by the time we get to the end of the string that the information would be correct? Probably almost zero. So the model would say this. At UM6P ABS, our great colleague Nazaru Tara, hopefully he's listening online, has created a way for us to all get together and then share information to implement these recommendations and allow us to better share information. It's knowledge sharing and collective intelligence. So this is the model. This actually says for us, let's diagnose, let's share information, let's break down barriers, ultimately achieve better results.
Better results. Thank you very much. Thank you. And with this, I mean, like with to conclude for all of this, thank you guys. I mean, thank you for all the great ideas, and thank you for really being there and also walking us through the roundtables and also the recommendations and being here also to enlighten us about like different kinds of questions. What do we take from this? Number one, we need what? We need data, we need laws, we need to work on funding. I mean, like we need exit strategies, yes? We need also collaboration, and we need to work together. But we need help also from stakeholders. We need help from the World Bank, we need help from the IMF, we need help from the different kinds of countries in order to work on the Startup Act to implement these kinds of recommendations. And we need all Africans to work as Africans and find African solutions with help from our friends. With that, I end. Thank you very, very, very much. The next session is on mining sustainability in Africa, and it's moderated by Miss Alaka Lugan. Pardon? Look, yeah, it's moderated by Miss Alaka. So please stay tuned for the next session. Thank you very much. And we would like to have a picture over here.
Good evening. Take your seat so that we can start this interesting panel. Thank you for your kind attention. My name is Alaka Lugonzo. I shall be the moderator for this session. And I'll give you a minute to settle down because we're just about to play a video before we get into the discussions so that we can understand what JESA does. So before the video, I'd like you to settle down. Thank you. Could we play the video?
We are JESA, backed by our two shareholders, Worley and OCP, world leaders in their fields. We are the world leader in phosphate engineering and one of the largest solution providers in Africa. We contribute with our expertise to global food security. For over 12 years, project after project, we have delivered innovative and advanced solutions for the development of Africa and for our clients' success. Today, we act as a trusted partner for a stronger, safer, better connected, and more sustainable Africa. Present through 7 offices across Africa and the United States, our 4,000 highly skilled professionals are laying the groundwork for a better future by implementing customized solutions that cover the entire life cycle of our clients' assets. We have developed new standards in consulting, design and engineering, project delivery, and asset management. We are transcending boundaries to deliver sustainable solutions. By bringing together natural gas, green hydrogen, and CO2 management, we are blazing new trails on the African continent. Our pioneering commitment to sustainability puts us in a unique position. People are our most valuable asset, We nurture our talents. We put their safety and well-being at the heart of everything we do. We are inclusive and diverse, as diversity and inclusion are part of our DNA. We recognize and promote our talents and improve the daily lives of communities wherever we have a presence. We think solutions. We think future. We are JESA.
A round of applause. Thank you very much. My name is Alaka Lugonzo. I am an extractive strategist from Oxfam, and I shall be taking you through this panel session. And I'd like to introduce my able and capable panel, and I'll start with Dr. Paul Ebert. He's the Group Director, Sustainability and Energy Transition Leadership for Woolly, based in London. In his role, he directs Woolly's external-facing sustainability leadership, work for customers, peer organization, industry, government bodies, including the Energy Transitions Commissions, World Economic Forum, and the Engineering Leadership Group. Dr. Ebert has a PhD in wind turbine aerodynamics, and his career has focused on the delivery of clean energy assets into utility and industrial systems. He has covered numerous technologies in the energy transition spectrum, from renewables to various forms of energy storage and industrial process integration, including low emissions hydrogen and synthetic fuels. He has also significant market and regulatory experience and has been an advisor to several governments. My next panelist is Professor Heffron Raphael. So Professor Raphael Heffron, 1 minute. Can I see his profile? He has an extensive profile. Listen to this. Is a professor in energy justice and the social contract and sustainability at the University of Haute-Depart in France. He's also a Jean Monnet Professor in the Just Transition to a Low Carbon Economy, awarded by the European Commission in the year 2019, and is running up to 2022. In 2020, he was appointed as a senior counsel at Johnson Law Firm in Brussels, Belgium. Professor Heffron is a qualified barrister at the law and a graduate of both Oxford and Cambridge PhD. His work has a principal focus on achieving a sustainable and just transition to a low-carbon economy and combines a mix of law, policy, and economics. Professor Heffron currently leads an international multi-euro project on energy justice. He has published over 180 publications of different types and is the most cited scholar in the field worldwide, with translated work in multiple languages, including Chinese, Italian, French, Arabic, and Persian. Professor Heffron has given just over 190 keynotes or guest lectures in 52 countries worldwide. That's really impressive. My next guest is Mohamed Bousseta, is the Director, Innovate for Industry, UM6P, and CEO, Mol SA. He joined OCP in December 2020 after 14 years of experience in different sectors and multinational in semiconductor, automotive, and aeronautics. He had the opportunity to implement the OCP's capacity increase program as director, then VP in charge of the projects of the new mining and beneficiation of Beni Amir. In 2016, he joined OCP's industrial operations as VP support and then VP purchasing industrial operations in 2017. In 2018, he joined UM6P as HR director and support to enable the very strong of UM6P, growth of UM6P. In 2021, he created Innovate for Industry within UM6P to enable the transformation of technological innovation projects into the industrial pilots in all strategic fields of activity in UM6P, OCP, Morocco, and Africa. In this context, the partnership between UM6P, OCP, and Arsena, are signed in November 2021 for the construction of the green H2A platform, hydrogen and its applicants, which is located in OCP Jof, Lasfar site, and the first pilot green ammonia pilot plant, GAP. A second collaboration agreement has been signed between UM6P, OCP, and Shell in March 2022 to develop a pilot project to assess the feasibility to produce large-scale low-carbon ammonia using hydrogen produced by renewable power. My next guest is Dr. Victoria Nalule. Victoria is the founder and CEO of Nalule Energy and Minerals Consultants, NEM Energy. She's an energy and mining professional and consultant with extensive experience working on various projects in the different parts of the globe. She's a holder of a PhD in international energy law from the CEPMLP University of Dundee. She holds a Master's of Law degree in energy and mining law from the same university. She is the founder and executive director of the NGO, the African Energy and Minerals Management Initiative, and she's currently a natural resources law lecturer at the University of Bradford, UK. She also lectures mining, oil, gas, climate change, energy transition in Uganda, Burundi, Sierra Leone, and other countries that have partnered with NEM. And I'll move on to my last but not least, Professor Theo Acheapong. Dr. Theo is an economist and risk analyst with over 14 years of experience in natural resources governance and public financial management. He has worked as an independent consultant on various global and mining industry, public economics, market research, projects covering frontier emerging markets. His areas of specialization include taxation and investment analysis. They include extractives, fiscal regime design and financial modeling, energy policy, and international trade. Theo's political risk expertise focuses on producing forward-looking reports and advising several global clients on foreign risk, sovereign risk, fiscal and monetary policy and regulatory developments in the sub-Saharan Africa. He holds a PhD in economics, a Master's of Science in Petroleum, Energy Economics, Finance from the University of Aberdeen, Scotland. He's earned his Bachelor of Science in Chemical Engineering from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Ghana. He's also an Associate Lecturer at the Center for Energy, Petroleum and Mineral Law and Policy, CEPMLP, University of Dundee in the United Kingdom. He's also an Associate Lecturer, an Honorary Research Fellow at Aberdeen Center for Research in Energy Economics and Finance, University of Aberdeen in the UK. I think I'll leave it there, and then we can be able to move on to the panel and the questions that we have for them. So I'll just give a brief introduction to what the panel is discussing. So the mining sector is a critical sector for the world, and more so the African continent. If you were looking at the phone that you're holding in your hand right now, the mic that I'm speaking into, you cannot operate any of this equipment without the minerals that go into creating some of these things. As we develop our mining resources in Africa, there are large conversations on sustainability, and we presume that these resources are going to be there in the future, but that is not true. Resources are finite, and they are going to actually be consumed in the near future. So the extractives industry, in its finite nature, it's important for us to look at it in terms of sustainability in the sector, how it is influencing the economy or economic growth, how the society is bearing the brunt of some of these mining-related activities, and also in relation to the environmental pillars. What can we do today to prevent the future and the future generations from actually bearing the brunt of any mining activities? So it is a critical sector. We cannot walk away from it, but we have to be sustainable because we should take into consideration the protection of the people and the planet. Africa is home to 30% of the global reserves and contribute significantly to exports and tax revenues of most of the countries in the continent. Besides agriculture, mining is the oldest industry to be found in Africa. There's a saying that goes, what is not farmed is mined. So the region is endowed with various minerals. We have gold, we have diamonds, we have manganese, we have cobalt, we have salt, we have phosphates, and these minerals are geographically distributed across the continent, fortunately. The minerals across the continent are able to contribute towards revenues, and they're used to tackle the issues around poverty. But we have to look at it from a point of sustainability. How are we able to stretch these resources to cater for the future generations? How are we going to go about it in a proper way? How are we going to avoid the resource curse? And how are we going to avoid poor governance and corruption and mismanagement of these resources? So this panel before me is going to tackle those conversations. Are we in the right path as a continent? Should we consider or redirect, and what conversation should we be having with policymakers? What conversations should we be having with private sector? What conversations should we be having with our fellow governments and our neighbors and our regional blocks to be able to address sustainability in mining? So my first question will go to Dr. Nalule. You have a mic? Okay, good. So my first question, we're going to make this interactive. How are host governments and mining companies addressing societal concerns in the mining sector? Can I go again?
No, it's okay. Yeah. Thanks very much, Alaka, for the question, and I would also like to extend our appreciation to JESA for organizing this very important topic on sustainability. And the mining sector, it's very crucial for every country's development. Whether you have the minerals or whether you are importing, whether you're exporting, at the end of the day, the minerals and materials are essential in industrialization. They're essential in the construction industries. They're essential in all other types of value addition. So this is a very important panel because first and foremost, we're tackling the issue of sustainability. We're all aware of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And if you look at the mining sector critically, you realize that it has a crucial role to play in ensuring that we achieve all the UN SDGs. That's something I would ask you to find out. How is the mining sector linked to the various UN SDGs? So on the issue of sustainability and specifically on the society concerns on the African continent, because we know the African continent is home to various natural resources, both minerals, energy, renewables, fossil fuels. But however, for a very long time, it has also become a home to many poor nations. So the question we always ask is that, why is it that some African countries, not all of them, that have these mineral resources are also the poorest? And most people will talk about the resource curse, but focusing this discussion on societal concerns, we need to understand that mining is not just about the extraction of minerals or materials. Behind these projects, there are people. So you think about the whole minerals are being extracted from. You think about the host governments, because also investments in these resources, the mining industry attracts a lot of investments, and these are very expensive ventures, and they require massive capital, which is often beyond the reach of any government. So you'll have various stakeholders. You have the host community, you have the host government, but you also have the investors. So in the development of these resources, should we only focus on the profits, or we also have to take into consideration the society concerns, the environmental concerns? So that's where the issue of sustainability comes in. And with society, what most people would think about is, how are the resources benefiting the host communities? How are the resources transforming the lives of the various societies involved? And this would require us to first look at the role of the host government. How is the host government utilizing the revenues from those resources to ensure that they develop their local communities? The role of the investors. How are investors impacting the local communities? And in recent years, we're seeing various initiatives. We are all aware of acquiring a social license to operate, because initially it was very easy for an investor to simply get a legal license and then you can operate without any fears. But right now, because of issues of sustainability, because of the need to protect societies, the need to develop societies, we are seeing many communities asking for requiring for social license to operate. In that, if you're operating in our communities, you need to show that your activities are benefiting us. That is always the demand. And the other thing that we are seeing in recent years that is also likely to impact communities or society positively is the issue of local content. Because initially it was common for the investors to operate in various African countries without employing a significant number of the locals. But now, with societal concerns, you see the issues of local content being inserted in the mining agreements, being inserted in the laws and regulations, and this is having an impact because various people are being employed, but also there is that transfer of knowledge, there is transfer of technology. And the other thing I would like to bring to light is the fact that the mining sector involves both large-scale mining, small-scale or artisanal mining. And specifically on the African continent, we have always experienced issues with respect to artisanal and small-scale mining. And these sectors, ASM, it employs a large number of people in various African countries. Over 80% of the local communities or host communities are involved in ASM. So with respect to sustainability, what I would say as a way of moving forward is to ensure that there is a requirement of transferring technology from large-scale mining companies to these ASM small-scale miners. Because at the end of the day, if on the African continent we cannot address the issue of technological transfer of advancing technology in ASM, that means that the people who are involved in ASM, who are mostly the local communities, will continue to suffer the health challenges, the environmental challenges, and also the economic challenges that are being experienced in ASM. So that is an issue or an area that we can look at so that in terms of sustainability, we already know these resources are finite in nature, but how are we going to ensure that the local communities or society really benefits from these resources? And I would also like to use this opportunity to talk about this book that we wrote, because it's focused on mining law and governance in Africa, where we look at transformation and innovation for a sustainable mining sector. It's a very good book, but we recognize the various challenges in the African mining sector. And as my colleagues will be talking or addressing, when we talk about sustainability, we also have to think about the environmental concerns, governance concerns, and economic concerns. So I'm sure my time is up, but just to wrap up, in the mining sector, if we are to ensure sustainability, specifically the social aspect, we need to elevate the local communities. We need to elevate the local people, and we need to ensure transfer of technology in the ASM so that the local people also benefit from the mining sector. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you, Victoria. Thank you. A round of applause for Victoria. Indeed, indeed. So what I picked up from that is that the host community is the core. At the core, the conversations on sustainability cannot be had without the host community conversation. Also, the social license to operate. A lot of these times, this license is something that companies need to invest in extensively so that they can be able to do business within these communities. So in light of that, I think what is coming out is that the host governments and the mining companies need to address some of these core issues as they are looking to actually invest and to do mining in some of these areas. So with that, Professor Raphael, I'll move over to you. My question to you is just piggybacking on what Victoria has mentioned on the issues around host communities and the government. What are the various environmental impacts and how can stakeholders practically address mining environmental challenges in light of the conversations that we've just had?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And also thank you to the organizers, and also to say it's a pleasure and an honor to be here in Morocco for this, let's say, inspirational conference over these few days. In terms of thinking about stakeholders and thinking about environmental impacts, what I would like to leave you with, and let's say, as you walk out the doors this evening to celebrate all the voices that you've heard today and over the last few days, when we think about the energy transition, when we think about all the things that need to be done for climate change, and we think about all the opportunity in terms of the mining sector across Africa, if we want to achieve more projects, more opportunity, more jobs, and we want to think, how do we have a new relationship with stakeholders? What we have to do is look at a new way of balancing what is known as the 3 R's: the risk, the reward, and the responsibility. And what we need to show each stakeholder is what is their role in terms of sharing that risk of a project, in terms of sharing the rewards, and in terms of sharing the responsibility. And I think the message that needs to be given to communities who are the stakeholders on the ground, they are the ones who will have those potentially environmental impacts. They are the ones who need to be assured that all these new projects in this energy transition, all these new mining activities are going to address their concerns. And I think we need to show them this time we are serious, that we are going to have discussions around the risk for them, the rewards for them, like Victoria mentioned. What is the revenue, the profit, and how may a local community receive the reward? And also think about the responsibilities across the different stakeholders. So I'd like to keep my message to that key message of relationship management over those risk, reward, and responsibility will enable us to reduce the environmental impacts and ensure that projects that are developed across Africa can contribute to a just and sustainable world globally. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. A round of applause. I think it's important because even as companies are in the business of profit making, they need to really consider these 3 things for them to be able to advance their activities. So my next question is to Dr. Theo. Top of my head, I know Botswana is one of the African countries that is probably a test case on how a country can be able to leverage on its diamonds. And they are doing pretty well in terms of development. But it's not the same for many other African countries, unfortunately, though I just mentioned that 30% of the minerals are on the continent. And with the new mining boom, quote unquote, with the just energy transition conversations, what can we do as a continent to ensure economic development? And how can we be sustainable to utilize our minerals to ensure that very economic development. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Alaka. And again, I want to stand on the established protocols and to thank the organizing team, and then also to thank GISA for facilitating this session for us. So it is true, and you give the example of Botswana, but I think even the Moroccan story is also very useful in terms of looking at diversification and thinking of the value chain and trying to link it back to development-related issues. And I'll come to that in a moment. So broadly, when you look at the evidence base, you're right that for many countries, these mineral resources have not translated into development outcomes. So in a part, to answer your question, I will try to frame it in two parts. Why or what accounts or what are the reasons why we have not seen this massive resource wealth or resource endowment translating or impacting development outcomes? And then the second part, which is basically going forward with the energy transition and with the new race for minerals that we see all over the place, including in Africa, what can we do to sort of fix that? So to answer that on the first question of the why, and the why is important because then it leads you to answer the how in terms of solutions. There are generally about three levels in terms of the causation between resource abundance and call it economic growth or development. The first thing really is what you may characterize as issues of rent seeking. So you may have in some jurisdictions or in some countries conflict and corruption and poverty and things like that. That then means that even those resources doesn't end up benefiting the people. The second factor in terms of the causes or the root causes is really to do with the volatility of the commodity itself. And often if you're an economic planner and you're having to deal with today maybe gold prices being $1,800 dollars per ounce, and tomorrow it might go up to 3,000, it becomes a bit difficult to actually plan and manage that resource windfall in the context of your broader macro fiscal strategy. And then the third sort of root cause is the issue of the Dutch disease, which is an aspect of the resource curse that Victoria and Prof have talked about. So here really you get this massive inflows of forex and investments, and if you don't have a good manufacturing or tradable sector, it causes a massive appreciation in your real effective exchange rate, and basically in very little to no time, you end up having no other sector or other sectors that will allow you to have a diversified economy not being there. So the question now becomes, going forward with these three sort of root causes, what do we do to try and address it from a sustainability angle, and then also to link that to the issue of broad-based economic development? And here I'd like to sort of offer four sort of proposals or solutions to that effect. The first one is really around the issue of the actual contract itself that the governments or the host governments are entering into. And specifically on the issue of contract, data is key in all of that. In my experience, you see often many countries enter into these negotiations with very little understanding of what is actually there on the ground. And that is going in there already from a losing position. So you've got to invest in understanding the geology, you've got to invest in the data and the systems and to try and interpret that. That then gives you a strong hand when you now go and sit down with the, the investors and to be able to negotiate from a position of strength and not one of weakness. The second point related to the issue of contract, again, is the actual types of what you may call the fiscal regime itself. Historically, in many countries, including in Africa and Latin America, these mining agreements have often been concessions. And they have royalties and they have, some profit-sharing arrangements within that. But with the energy transition and the opportunities that presents, perhaps I wonder if it's time to start thinking about mining sharing arrangements, which allows the host government or the host state even a relatively bigger size of the pie. But the host government also actually invests. So it's not just asking for 5% or 10%, but whatever additional or participating interest you're taking, you actually bring in some resources on the table as well. And I think it's one of the things that, again, like I said, with Morocco, you see that increasingly happening in that regard. The second point, quickly to try and wrap up on the solution, is on the issue of revenue management. So I talked earlier about the macro fiscal issues and the resource revenues being volatile, and many instances countries struggle to deal with their windfall related to that. I think that for many countries, the idea of a sovereign wealth fund that allows you to put some of the windfalls when times are great, and Botswana and other places have attempted to do that, becomes very, very important. But within that, there are two key things. You've got to define the relationship between how much you save and how much you spend, right? Your stabilization objectives and your savings objectives. And you've got to codify these things within law. Number two, related to the revenue management also, you've got to have a clear spending rules around the bit that you spend. And that has got to be linked to your broader public financial management strategy. So importantly, you need two rules. You need a deficit rule, and then you also need a debt rule. Other than that, what then happens is that you might end up having the political establishment or the politicians overspend, end up hitting the economy, and 10, 20 years down the line, there's very little to show for it on that side. The third point, quickly to wrap up on the solutions, again, is the issue of linkages and diversification. Victoria and others have talked about that. But I think it's become absolutely imperative for African countries not to think about diversification in the narrow construct of local content, but I'm looking more broadly at regional content, right? So for example, everyone wants to build a battery manufacturing plant, or at least every country that has maybe some copper or cobalt wants to do something like that. But the economics is such that you may not be able to build a plant everywhere. So then it becomes important to really think about how we leverage and approach this from a regional perspective. Because remember that our countries in Africa are not just competing with Africa. You're competing with the Chinas and others out there. So then, if we're thinking of a battery plant, is it possible to bring the copper from DRC and take advantage of electricity, say in Zambia, and then build or turn it into battery components and perhaps ship it out via the new rail project in the Lobito corridor going into Angola? Or in the case of, say, what Morocco is doing, you've got an end-to-end value chain where the likes of OCP and GISA and others basically have a big control of that value chain. But importantly, it's linked also to your research and development and broader industrial policy agenda of the country. And I think that's really, really important for African countries going forward to start thinking in terms of linkages and diversification at a regional level, and also try and connect this to regional industrial policy innovation initiatives. It is not for any reason that you have the likes of America coming up with the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act. The EU has followed suit with the Critical Raw Materials or Minerals Act, and everybody wants to have a size of the pie. And I think, we can also have a size of that pie, but you need to think about it regionally, and you also need to address the infrastructure and the logistical bottlenecks that, prevents businesses from doing so. And then lastly, I think also that to address the issue of sustainability and linking it to broader development outcomes, the issue of institutions becomes absolutely important. You need to have some checks and balances within the system that allows the government of the day to not just think about today, but to spend with a view of creating and sustaining intergenerational equity. And that, I think, if we can tackle these about 4 points on the contracts, on linkages and diversification, on revenue management, and then the sub-issue of institutional checks and balances, then I think we'll be on the way to having a sustainable future for the mining industry. And Botswana and I think Morocco are great examples that we can learn from.
Wow, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Wow, what I've heard from you is that the numbers really do not lie. If we're able to tap into the regional linkages, and if we're also able to be ambitious enough to, buy into the sustainable development goals, then it looks like Africa can actually spearhead the just energy transition conversations. So even governments, you can't negate the fact that they play a key role. And a lot of times we sit here and we think that we expecting the governments to do a lot, and yet they don't have the technical capacity. So with that, how does WOLE contribute towards enhancing the sustainability of African mining operations? This question is to you, Dr. Paul.
Thank you for the question. Can I also thank the organisers for asking me to be present today? It's an honour. This is my first trip to Morocco, and can I say what I've seen has been very impressive. I wish I had an auditorium at my university like this, so well done. I think there are 3 ways that a company like WORLE can help build sustainability into mining. But to start, I want to give you a bit of context. You probably don't know who WORLE is. We're a company of almost 60,000 people. We operate globally, and we build things. We design, build, and operate the infrastructure that you rely on every day. And that can be from the humblest wastewater treatment works to the most complicated nuclear or hydro facility or oil and gas facility. In Africa, we're very active. We have a great, very valuable joint venture here with OCP in Jezza, in Morocco, but we also do things like wind farms in Kenya, solar power stations in South Africa, a whole bunch of things. I don't want you to see this as an advertisement for WORLE. I want you to see it as an example of what big corporate service providers like us can bring to the mining sector in terms of sustainability. And I think there are 3 key things we can do. The first one is to set a high benchmark and having our own ESG house in order. ESG stands for environment, social, and governance. Let's look at those things in governance terms. We need to have within our company the right reporting and oversight structure. We also need to have considered, understood, and clearly reported to markets where we stand on some of these big sustainability challenges. And we've done that as a business. And that's articulated into our purpose of delivering a more sustainable world, and the policies and the actionable, measurable strategies that come out of that. And this includes such complicated issues such as our stand on human rights and modern slavery, which are issues in many parts of the world, including in Africa. We need to make it real. We're doers, we build things, and we've made sustainability a core part of who we are. And our expectations around this are very high, and that transfers to the work we do and our expectation of our peers and our customers. The second thing is the S, social. We value life. It's actually a core value of Worley. We recognise our role and our impact in building resilient and prosperous communities. That's a result of the work we do. We recognise the value of diversity and inclusion. And we also do philanthropic work through the Worley Foundation. So we have a role of building up some of the most disadvantaged communities in the world. And the last one is the E, ESG. It's actually the first letter, and that's environment. And they're through our own commitments. For example, our climate change position, our Scope 1, 2 and 3 commitments, and actually delivering on those commitments. How we consider nature and ecologies, how we deal with the precious resources that are finite, the water we use, the minerals that you have in abundance in Africa. But also recognising that many in the world live in energy poverty and the real need for economic development. Many of the panellists have talked about this. We're signatories to the UN Global Compact and that real tension in the application of the Sustainable Development Goals. So the first thing is having our own house in order. The second thing is what we do for our customers. So bringing the best solutions from all over the world, using our knowledge across diverse industries, often very different industries, to solve sustainability ideals. Now, a classic example is in mining. Miners aren't necessarily energy experts. They're not necessarily chemical experts. They're not necessarily nuclear experts. So we can bring that expertise and bring it together in solutions from across very diverse industries. We embed sustainability into our formal engineering processes. It's a requirement, it's a mandatory requirement of our processes. We consider appropriate technological solutions, and that's conscious of social, commercial and practical limitations of circumstance, and by avoiding the ideological and concentrating on achievable, practical, real outcomes, not talk, real outcomes. And the third way we can bring sustainability to mining is by leading where it is needed and where we have influence. Sustainability is a very complex thing, and the challenges are utterly immense. Now, our mining community, there's a massive demand on them to supply the materials we need to meet these challenges. So how do we meet that demand while protecting communities, the environment, and commercial returns, and meeting the scale and speed that those environmental and sustainable issues demand? Now, the simple answer is we can't do it the way we have in the past. It's too slow. So we need to consider the radical. So an example of where we can lead is work we've recently been doing with Princeton University, looking at the infrastructure required for net zero. And let me tell you, that infrastructure demand is unprecedented in world terms. We've tried to answer the question, okay, if we've got to get there, how do we get there? Not many people talking about the how. Lots of people talking about the what. So this is one area where we think we can help lead. How do we get there? What are the practical steps we need to take to build the infrastructure of net zero? And this absolutely applies to the infrastructure of mining needed to provide the materials for that. So there are 3 answers to your question on how Worley can help bring sustainability into mining.
Thank you very much. Thank you, that's amazing. I think also with that conversation, that would be very important for Mr. Busetta to explain to us what is the mining operations lab, and how can OCP benefit from innovations implemented at MOL? Over to you.
Thank you, thank you, Alaka, for your question. I would like first to thank all the organizing team for this event, side events of World Bank and the IMF annual meeting in Marrakesh. This event is for all the week. So thank you for the good organization. So to answer your question, Alaka, so Mining Operation Lab is a subsidiary company, a young subsidiary company of UM6P, created in September of last year. Before talking and giving explanation on what we are doing in this company, just few words on UM6P. So UM6P is a young university inaugurated in 2017 by His Majesty Mohammed VI, growing very fastly because we are now about 6,000 students, 250 permanent faculty. This university has been created to tackle Morocco and Africa challenges. These challenges are first, how to do industrialization in a sustainable way, how to manage in a rational way our natural resources, how to educate people, so education, and how to have agile policy. And UM6P is doing education by what we say, learning by doing, and learning by doing in a real living labs for students, for PhD, for professors, so they can have access to real labs to do research and apply research. And this is very important to attract the best researchers, the best professors, because when you have a good idea, you want to apply and to see the results of innovation in a real environment, industrial environment. So in this context, we have created a Mining Operation Lab as a real living lab for mining, as we do, for example, in agriculture, where we have hundreds of hectares of real farms. We can do experimentation on fertilizer, taking into consideration the soil and making many tests to have results on what is the best fertilizer for the soil we have and in the conditions we have. We have also living labs and in green energy, for example. Green Energy Park is a real living lab for us to do research on photovoltaic technology, on the CSP technology, for examples. We have chemical sites of OCP, which is a real living labs for chemical research, for examples. And Mining Operation Lab is a real lab for mining. And what is really disruptive in this approach is what we are operating a real mine from drilling to screening, means drilling, blasting, stripping, loading and hauling. So it's real operations. And we are doing operation with excellency in operation. So this is our objective, to be a world-class mine. And we are using this operation in a real mine to implement innovation. And this is what is really disruptive. First thing, how this approach is disruptive, operating and innovating. Second things is that we are doing this operation and innovation with partners. And we leverage on expertise of our partners. So we are leveraging on OCP expertise in mining. We are leveraging on JESA expertise in excellence operation, for example. We are leveraging on Worley expertise for innovation, for benchmark, and we are leveraging on UM6P expertise in the research. So this is why this approach is very disruptive, and it will allow us to innovate, but staying in touch with reality. Because sometimes when we want to innovate, we can dream. But when you are close to the reality, you need to have the good innovation, which will allow you to be more performant in terms of cost, in terms of quality, in terms of sustainability. And we are doing innovation, taking into consideration many dimensions. We are taking water, for example, dimension. We are taking energy dimension. We are taking automation dimension. We are taking supply and operation steps as a dimension, digital as well. And our foundation of operation and innovating is safety first, is digital, and is sustainability. So we have included this sustainability as a foundation on what we are doing in operation and innovation. And this is why OCP can directly have benefits on what we will do in terms of innovation. Because we are operating a real mine, it will make easy any innovation to be generalized in OCP mines.
Thank you very much. Just to piggyback, just to piggyback on what you've mentioned, sustainability is a complex conversation. It doesn't matter if you're having it from a policy, perspective, if you're having it from a governance or a transparency and accountability perspective. So how can innovation in mining be able to contribute to the sustainability conversation? Because we have, in the recent past, seen technology and innovation come and take over a lot of the menial and the manual activities that we are actually doing. So, and what are under the three pillars, economic, environment, and society? So how can innovation be able to contribute towards sustainability?
Okay, thank you, Alaka, for this question. So I think if we want to operate in a sustainable way, we need to base also our new technology or new supply chain and on the technology and innovation to do it. So it means, for example, you have in each steps of the operation, mining operation, you have some, you create some waste. So first thing is how we can reduce the waste, how we can valorize the waste. So we have many projects in UM6P, real pilots, on how we can valorize the waste coming from the mining. So there is some materials, for example, which are now a waste for the mining, but can be used as a material and can be valorized and becoming a new business, for example. So this is the way we are approaching the innovation, is how we can improve the yield in each steps of the mining, how we can reduce the waste, and how we can valorize the waste. Coming to the links with how innovation can impact the economy, I think economy is first competitiveness. So we have to be competitive, and we have to stay competitive. And if we want to stay competitive, we need to innovate. Innovation means research, and research means university, means PhD, means professor who are doing research in a real environment. So this is a key point to how we can leverage on project or research projects to have a real pilot. We can use these results and implement them in this mining operation lab and to be used by, to be generalized once implemented, once we validate that its work can be generalized and brings more competitiveness, means more revenue, more market share for OCP, and it will, this revenue, this increase of the revenue will benefit, of course, to the company, but to the society directly or indirectly. This is the links we have for me between innovation and the pillar of these three pillars. Third one is about sustainability again. So sustainability, as I said, we have a dimension of water, for example. It's a very key dimension. How we can better use the water and reuse the water. So this is very important. Energy as well. Previously we talked about energy, the transition or energy. Nowadays, the mix is mainly, the mix of the energy worldwide is mainly based on oil and gas energy. More than 70% are coming from oil and gas. This will change in the future. In 2050, we will, that is scheduled to be in line with the Paris Agreement, is the mix will change from 70% coming from oil and gas to more than 80% coming from green electricity, green hydrogen, green ammonia. So one thing here is how we can use this new energy in the mining, for example. How we can reduce oil and gas energy in the mining to a more sustainable and green energy.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. So, what I'm hearing from you, and what are the key points I have picked up from the speakers, is mining is a livelihood activity, and these livelihood activities can contribute significantly to the GDP. I think there's need to balance the risk, the reward, and the responsibilities, and that is key for all stakeholders, be it government, be it private sector, be it the companies, and being the host communities who actually bear the brunt of these mining activities. It is no longer business as usual. You can definitely hear from the speakers, they want to offer solutions, and they are offering solutions based on the data that they've collected. Because we, as an African continent, could be able to leverage on some of these minerals that we have, but we cannot go about it the same way we were doing it 10, 20 years ago. So sustainability is a complex topic. You've been able to tease out a lot of these issues seamlessly, but just a small word, even as we end this conversation, and I'll give you 2 minutes, not even 2 minutes, 2 seconds, and I'll start with you, Theo. But before you go, it's important for us to recognize the people who are online. I mean, we are talking about technology and innovation, and we're assuming that everyone is here, but we do recognize the people who are online. Thank you very much for staying with us and listening to this conversation. I hope you've taken enough notes, and you're going to use them for your studies and your learnings. So Theo, over to you. 2 minutes, and then Victoria, and then we come down.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll try and do it under 2 minutes. I mean, the key point is that mining is here to stay. It's not going anywhere. And in fact, with the energy transition, we need 4 or 5 times more metals than we probably currently have access to and able to extract. To do that, you have to do it sustainably. And that means that it has to work for the companies, it has to work for the governments, and ultimately it has to work for the communities in all the different dimensions of that. And we need to see it not as a zero-sum game where somebody's loss is my win and my win is your loss. No, we need to approach it from a more collaborative and an engaging process that allows us to, come together to the table and allows us to also agree to even sometimes disagree. And that in itself is a process, and that in itself is something that I think both the mining companies and the governments and the communities can push forward as we drive the sustainability agenda on the continent. And there are several lessons and examples of this that we can learn from. And just to finish, I kind of want to reemphasize that if you look at the Moroccan case as an example, it is something that I feel for broader continental Africa, we can learn a lot from. Thank you.
Thank you, Theo.
Thank you. I guess it's my turn. So in 2 minutes, we always talk about sustainability. We always talk about the mining sector. But the question is there something that has changed, or we're simply changing concepts? I'll talk about the mining sector because I'm a lawyer by background, and you notice that we have various generations of mining laws and policies. And when you're talking about the governance aspects, because ESG, environmental, social, and governance, this is very key, because for sustainability to also be effective, you have to look at the governance aspects. You have to look at the mining laws, the regulations. And on the African continent specifically, if you look at the various generation of these laws and regulations, you see that host governments have always made mistakes. So in sustainability, it shouldn't only stop at empowering the host government, the host communities, at protecting the environment, but also the governance of these resources. The laws and regulations, are they working for the communities? Are they ensuring sustainability? So as we are moving forward, let's look at the history of the mining sector, because that's something I always cover in my publications. Learn from the history, and also ask ourselves, has anything changed, or we are simply changing concepts? We are simply talking about sustainability, we are talking about energy transition, climate change, critical minerals, but on the continent, is there something that has changed? So my message would be, as the previous speaker was talking about innovation, let's also think about innovative ways of enforcing the ESGs in the mining sector, innovative ways of learning from the mistakes we've made on the African continent when it comes to mining, to ensure that as we're transitioning to a low-carbon economy, as we're tackling climate change, and we know that critical minerals are key for this, let us see the African continent being at the forefront of addressing the global challenges we're experiencing. We have the resources, we have the capacity, we just have to ensure that we are innovative when we are tackling sustainability in the mining sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nalule.
Thank you. 2 minutes, I don't know if it's enough, but 1 minute, okay. So it's more challenging. So for 1 minute, I will just, based on what we're doing in UM6P and why UM6P has been created. This university has been created to educate young people, to give them the chance to have a good education in a very good infrastructure, to allow them to do a good research and to tackle the problems and the challenges we have here in Morocco and in Africa. And one key and very important thing is this university is funded by OCP Foundation. So allowing these young people to have, again, a good education based on excellence of the students. We are not taking into account if they can pay their tuition fees or not. 80% of students are excellent students, but cannot pay the tuition fees. OCP Foundation is doing this for them. This is how we can invest on young people. And for me, the best sustainable way and the best actions we can do for sustainability is indeed investing in young people, investing in research, investing in innovation. But this will be a game changer for Africa tomorrow.
Thank you. Indeed, the youth is the future. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you. So I will try and give my response in just 90 seconds. So for me, we need to think of the energy transition as a technology revolution. And when you think of it as a technology revolution, change is going to happen whether we like it or not. And there are going to be many, many projects in mining in Africa. And the most successful projects are going to be those that manage the 3 R's that I said: risk, responsibility, and reward. When you manage that relationship effectively between the stakeholders, then you are going to have the most successful, the most sustainable, and the most profitable projects. And in order to achieve that, we need to think about having a principle-based approach to mining policy and more broadly to energy transition policy. And we can already see this principle-based approach being utilized in America, in Colombia, and in South Africa. And what I would say is I would encourage such a principle-based approach to be under consideration across the whole of Africa, because what it does is it sends a signal to investors, to all the other stakeholders, that you can have confidence in the mining sector to develop and ensure that the mining sector plays its role in the energy transition and its role to contributing to a just and sustainable world. Thank you.
Thank you. Last but not least.
I forgot about 10 seconds, I think.
Yes.
I grew up in a mining community. A lot of my family worked in the coal industry, and let me tell you, it was a dirty industry, and it left a huge environmental legacy and social legacy, and we cannot afford to do that in the future. But the thing that has changed in my mind is that we absolutely need mining. It is a pivotal industry to dealing with many of the environmental challenges we face, and the energy transition is fairly and squarely in the middle of that. The trick is, how do we build the scale and speed needed to deliver those materials that we need? How do we do so in a sustainable way that builds long-term value for the communities impacted? And for the young people here, the young people online, I can't imagine a more exciting industry to be part of to solve that challenge. So that's all from me.
Oh, thank you very much. A round of applause. Thank you, thank you. I'd like to thank my able panel, Dr. Theo, Dr. Victoria, Mr. Muhammad, Dr. Paul, and last but not least, Prof. Raphael. Thank you very much for teasing out these issues. These issues are complex. A lot of times, when we have these conversations amongst ourselves, many things are left hanging because we don't understand what next? What do we do with the data? How do we tap into the innovation and the technology? Where's the money to actually finance, some of these projects? So it's very important for us, even as we have these discussions amongst ourselves in coffee shops, online, we realize that this is a work in progress. There's a lot of data that has been collected, but the future is bright. And last but not least, I'd like to thank Jessa for giving us this opportunity to have these complex conversations, and for my panelists for actually accepting the invitation, to be seated here. My name is Alaka Lugonzo. I have been your moderator. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.